Good evening and welcome to the Sioux Falls City Council meeting. The council meeting will start in 60 seconds. Council members should be aware that SIRE has been activated.
Well, hearty good evening to everyone here. It's so great to have such a great crowd here to watch your city council in action. We certainly appreciate your attendance tonight. This is the City of Sioux Falls City Council meeting. Today is Monday, June 13th. We'll start today's meeting just to find out which city councilors are here. Roll call, please.
Council members Anderson.
Here.
Brown.
Here.
Entenmann.
Here.
Erpenbach. Here. Jamison.
Here.
Karski.
Here.
Rolfing.
Yes.
Aguilar.
Here.
City of Sioux Falls, your entire city council is here for tonight's meeting. As we start every meeting of the city council, we start with an invocation. Tonight we're very pleased to have Pastor Doug Bartell of the Hillcrest Church here. We'd ask you to stand, and then when we're finished with that, we will proceed with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor?
I'd like to start before I pray to give a passage of Scripture, maybe to guide tonight. One of my favorite proverbs comes from chapter 16, verse 9, and it says, "The mind of the man plans his way, but the Lord directs his steps." So I think it's important to remember, as a city does its business, that though it is city business, that we are mindful of the direction that God would have us go. And as we use our minds, God directs us. And so let's pray with that in mind. Father God, we thank you tonight for this meeting. And Lord, as this council comes together to do business, Lord, we pray that you give them great wisdom. Lord, that as their minds plan the way, that you will direct their steps. Lord, we know that there is always much at stake and much on the table. We know that with your guidance and your direction, that we can find that place where we can come together and agree. Father God, there is much work to be done, not only at some of the business that may be in the fronts of most minds here, but Lord, many things in the running of this great city. So Lord, I am thankful for the leadership that is here. Empower them, give them great wisdom. Lord, help them to lead us well. And Father God, we remember also tonight those men and women who are serving around the world for peace and for freedom. Lord, that secure our own freedom. And Father God, we ask that your hand be upon them, that you would protect them. And Lord, we're mindful also of their families back home, many of them that are missing their loved ones. And Father God, especially for those families whose loved ones are not coming home. Lord, grant them your blessings and your peace and your grace. And we thank you for their sacrifice. We thank you for their love for this country. And we thank you for the freedom that it provides. Father God, in all these things we lift up to you tonight. May you again lead and guide. And we ask all this in the powerful name of Jesus. Amen. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. We'll start tonight's meeting with the consent agenda. Council, are there any changes to the consent agenda or any motions?
Move to approve. Brown.
Second, Karski.
Councilor Brown's made a motion to approve tonight's consent agenda, seconded by Councilor Dean Karski. Any questions, comments? A roll call vote, please.
Council members Anderson.
Yes.
Brown.
Yes.
Entenmann.
Yes.
Erpenbach.
Yes.
Jamison.
Yes.
Karski.
Yes.
Rolfing.
Yes.
Aguilar.
Yes.
That is passed 8-0. Thank you, City Council. Moving on to tonight's regular agenda. City Council, would anybody like to make a motion?
Move to approve, Erpenbach. Second, Aguilar.
Councilor Erpenbach has made a motion to approve tonight's regular agenda, seconded by Councilor Aguilar. Are there any questions or any motions?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilor
I'd
Urbanbach.
like to make a motion to amend the regular agenda by moving item 17 after item 4.
Second Aguilar.
There's been a motion by Councilor Urbanbach to amend tonight's regular agenda by moving item 17 after item 4, seconded by Councilor Aguilar. Any questions, comments, or? Very good. A roll call vote, please.
Council members Anderson,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Entenmann.
Yes.
Erpenbach.
Yes.
Jamison.
Yes.
Karski.
Yes.
Rolfing.
Yes.
Aguilar.
Yes.
We now have an amended main motion. Any further questions?
Mr.
or
Mayor?
comments? Yes, Councilor Urbanbach.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the regular agenda by deferring the first reading on item 10 to the City Council meeting on Monday, June 20th, 2011 at 7 p.m.
Second Aguilar.
There's been a motion by Councilor Urbanbach to amend the regular agenda by deferring the first reading on item 10 of the City Council meeting on Monday, June 20th at 7 p.m. It was seconded by Councilor Aguilar. Any further comments or questions? Roll call vote, please.
Council members Anderson.
Yes.
Brown.
Yes.
Entenmann.
Yes.
Erpenbach.
Yes.
Jamison.
Yes.
Karski.
Yes.
Rolfing.
Yes.
Aguilar.
Yes.
We now have another amendment to that main motion. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilor Urbanbach.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to amend the regular agenda by deferring the first reading on item 14 to the City Council meeting on Monday, June 20th, 2011 at 7 p.m.
Second Aguilar.
There has been a motion by Councilor Urbanbach to amend the regular agenda by deferring the first reading on item 14 to the City Council meeting on Monday, June 20th at 7 p.m. Seconded by Councilor Aguilar. Any further questions, comments? Roll call vote, please.
Council members Anderson.
Yes.
Brown.
Yes.
Entenmann.
Yes.
Erpenbach.
Yes.
Jamison.
Yes.
Karski.
Yes.
Rolfing.
Yes.
Aguilar.
Yes.
Any further motions or changes?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilor Urbanbach.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the regular agenda by deferring item 16 to the City Council meeting on Tuesday, July 5th, 2011 at 7 p.m.
Second Aguilar.
Has been a motion by Councilor Urbanbach to amend the regular agenda by deferring item 16 to the City Council meeting on Tuesday, July 5th, 2011 at 7 p.m. Seconded by Councilor Aguilar. Any further questions, comments? Roll call vote, please.
Council members Anderson.
Yes.
Brown.
Yes.
Entenmann.
Yes.
Erpenbach.
Yes.
Jamison.
Yes.
Karski.
Yes.
Rolfing.
Yes.
Aguilar.
Yes.
Thank you. City Council, any further motions or
Mr.
questions?
Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Urbanbach.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the regular agenda by deferring item 19 to the City Council meeting on Tuesday, July 5th, 2011 at 7 p.m.
Second Aguilar.
There has been a motion by Councilor Urbanbach to amend the regular agenda by deferring item 19 to the City Council meeting on Tuesday, July 5th, 2011 at 7 p.m. Seconded by Councilor Aguilar. Any further questions, comments? Roll call vote, please.
Council members Anderson.
Yes.
Brown.
Yes.
Entenmann.
Yes.
Erpenbach.
Yes.
Jamison.
Yes.
Karski.
Yes.
Rolfing.
Yes.
Aguilar.
Yes.
City Council, any further motions to amend tonight's regular agenda?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilor.
I'd like to make an amendment to the regular agenda by asking for a one-week deferral of item number 3, second reading.
Is there a second? That motion.
Second Entenmann.
There has been a motion by Councilor Anderson Jr. to defer item number 3 on tonight's agenda, which is the second reading. And Councilor Anderson, what was the time?
1 week.
By 1 week,
June 20th.
June 20th. And that was seconded for discussion by Councilor Entenmann. Council, any questions, comments? Councilor Anderson Jr.
There has been changes to this. I have some amendments, and I've noticed that the police department has also got an amendment to this ordinance also. I think there's an interest on the council to take a look at this a little bit longer and discuss this a little bit further.
Councilor Anderson Jr., thank you. To the clerks, did you get this? Okay, very good. Is there any further discussion on this? Yes, Councilor Rolfing.
Rolfing, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome. Thank you, sir.
We are, I think if this needs to be deferred, it needs probably deferred more than 1 week, as Chief of Police is going to be out of town next week, and probably longer than that, so we probably need to go a little bit further than that. However, with everybody here right now and things, I'm wondering if we can't go forward with it now, even though it's going to take some time, and this is a fairly good, fairly topical issue, shall I say, that we probably should go forward with it.
Any further discussion, City Council? Yes, Councilor Jameson.
I like the idea of having some discussion for sure, because I've got questions, and I think if others have questions, we'd give at least the administration and others to, if we should defer it, that they have a chance to answer some of those questions or figure out what our objections are. So I wouldn't want to defer it right now, but if during our discussion it comes up that we need to, well then fine. But I would like to engage the administration and others who are here tonight to testify.
Very good, Council. Thank you very much. There has been a motion made by Councilor Anderson Jr. to defer item number 3, which is the second reading, to June 20th, seconded by Councilor Entenmann. If there's no further discussion, roll call vote, please.
Council members Anderson?
Yes.
Brown?
No.
Entenmann?
Yes.
Erpenbach?
No.
Jameson?
No.
Karski?
No.
Rolfing?
No.
Aguilar?
No.
That has failed 2-6. We now have an amended agenda. Is there any further discussion or any further amendments? Very good. Could I have a motion to approve tonight's amended agenda?
The vote to approve tonight's amended agenda. Council members Anderson?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Entenmann?
Yes.
Erpenbach?
Yes.
Jameson?
Yes.
Karski?
Yes.
Rolfing?
Yes.
Aguilar?
No. Yes.
Thank you, Councilor Aguilar. That has passed 8-0. Very good. We now have an agenda, and we know how to proceed, if you can imagine that. This is a great opportunity for you to engage your city council. It's the public input part of tonight's meeting. However, what we'd ask you to do is that if you have public input on an agenda item later on in tonight's meeting, we would ask that you hold your comments until that time. Just kind of give you some examples. There's a pawn ordinance tonight. We'd ask you to wait for that. There is a discussion on $3.8 million in extra money that the city has. We'd ask you to wait for that. Of course, there's some discussion on a new event center and the site location. We'd ask you to wait for that. However, we also realize there's a number of other engaging topics in the city of Sioux Falls. If there's any of those that you'd like to talk to your city council about, please come forward, state your name, and we will hold you to 5 minutes of discussion. So please come forward if there's anybody. Yes, come on up, please. Thank you. Welcome, Charles. Good to have you here.
My name is Charles Santee. I'm a resident here. And I would like to congratulate Mayor Huther on the wonderful customer service provided by Sioux Area Metro. I admire the cost savings in not posting bus detours and bus stops that are not being serviced at the time of the detour. By not posting any signage at either the bus stop or the Southwest Transfer Center. Is this a subtle way of reducing the ridership, since many users do not have access to computers or Twitters? Or, of course, not all detours are posted on the website or Twitter either. The lower deck of the bus with wheelchairs, strollers, grocery carts, walkers, and people is becoming more and more crowded. So people are now being left behind on the corner. Mayor Huther, what services will you be reducing to reduce the ridership to free up the space? The Americans for Disability Act requires a formal plan for handling bus riders who are left in the corner. Sioux Falls doesn't have one and doesn't seem to want to provide one. But then Sioux Falls doesn't believe in the ADA either, or feel it has to follow it. And I'd like to congratulate the city planning for a couple of the new bus stops. The bus stop across from Hy-Vee, the sign is only visible if you're in the street. You can't see it, read it from the sidewalk. And the bus drivers will either drop you off, they will just mostly drop you off on grass where the ADA specifies you're supposed to have a cement pad. If they do drop you off at the corner, the bus driver is taking a risk because he's violating the law by obstructing a controlled intersection. And the bus stop at 14th and Summit, the driver has a choice of either dropping you off in the street at the corner and having a bad turn and possible traffic hazard, or dropping you off on the sidewalk, which is adjacent to the curb, and the other side of the sidewalk has anywhere between a 30 to 10 degree slope immediately after you leave the cement. And personally, I do not like being hassled by the police just because I have to sit on 57th Street and Burr Oak waiting for the bus.
Ms. Sandee, thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak to the City Council? Welcome. Ms. Staley, welcome.
Now, you were talking about, if it's the first reading, we can testify right now, we can give public input.
If there's an item later on,
Well,
we'd ask
that
you
was the
to
second,
wait.
because before, with Munson, if it was the first reading, you could say something at the beginning. You couldn't testify on that one.
As we go to our first reading, there will be no public input on that
Right,
first
so
reading.
I can, if I'm
Yes.
addressing okay, so we will start with right now. Here's the chart. My name is Teresa Staley, and we have a big issue in the room today, and of course, there we go. The big issue today is, of course, the event center, but we have another very important issue at hand, and that is the water rate increase that the city will be hearing about tonight. And this is the proposed 14% increase. Now, two months ago, we had an increase in the sewer rate, which is up here, the chart. This is also called the Reclamation Department. In 2007, we had a 16% increase, 2008, 19%, 2009, 18%, 2010, 16%, and then this last year, an 8% increase. Chart 2, please. Now we're going to be coming back and asking for an increase in the other part of our bill, which is the water part. And 2007, 12%, 2008, 13.5%, 2009, 14.5%, 14%, 14%, 14%, double-digit increases. Now, notice that these started to happen before the downturn in our economy. The Public Works Department hired a consultant from North Dakota, and let's put that next one up there. And I would like to say thank you to Mark Cotter for giving me this information, and that's my handwriting there, but it's a total of $358,000 since 2007 to have this guy come up from North Dakota to tell us that we need to raise our water rates in our city. Mark Cotter, I think, will be talking to us later on. Next chart, please. And he's going to be saying that we need to raise these rates because we had a period of time where we didn't have any rate increases. Push it up, please, so we see the end of it. But it just so happens that this happened to be when Money Magazine said we were the top place to live. And guess what happened to our population then? We exploded. So our customer base was growing. Revenue was continuing to grow and to come in. So that, I think, was part of the reason that they didn't raise our rates. There's been some talk among city councilors that we had peril in our water department in the past. I have talked with past councilors and present councilors, and then they say there hasn't been any peril. There's a question mark as to what's really happening in the Public Works Department and in our water department. We have been out talking to people, engaging people, because this city belongs to all of us. And we need to keep people informed. Unfortunately, the media has not done their job on telling people about this increase that's around the corner here. And today, there were 3 interesting comments. One guy from T said to me, I stay in T because Sioux Falls is becoming too expensive to live. Another prominent woman in Sioux Falls, she and her husband have downtown properties. She said she's being killed by these increased water and sewer increases for rentals. And then I talked to a businessman, and he said that he told his employees that either he had to cut their salaries or he had to lay people off. And they chose to take a reduction in salary. Now, this room is filled with, I think, a lot of business people, and I think they'll tell you, maybe behind closed doors, that they've had to tighten their belts. Has our water department tightened its belt? Next chart, please. We started looking around, and we found these are Mark Cotter's salaries at the top, and I did take the names off. This is, of course, public record, but we see These are the managers of the reclamation and the water department. $805,000 without benefits. And so I think they're well paid. Now, let's go to the next chart. We started digging around a little bit, and here we have the water budget right here, 2011. And on page 123, it says that the expenditures for personnel was $5,649,000. Okay, that's fine. Then we have, on page 124, $223,000 was spent for part-time employees at the water department. Okay. Then you go to page 127, and it says that there were 48 full-time employees. Now, we subtracted the $223,000 for the part-time people from the big number there. We're left with the $5,425,000. You divide it by those 48 employees, we got $113,000 per person in the water department. Now, this is a factual thing. Any of you can get this off the website, siouxfalls.org. Let us never forget what happened at the fairgrounds not that long ago. $600,000 plus embezzled. And I think it's just prudent to always have oversight into what's happening in each department. I would call for an efficiency audit before we raise any fees. I think that would be a very wise, prudent thing for the council to say, let's take a look at this and make sure we're using all this revenue coming in as efficiently as possible. I know we're going to talk about, 2 months ago it was sewer pipes, now it's going to be Lewis and Clark, but there's also been talk that we're going to be shifting some of this money over so that we'll have more equity to build this event center with. So that's my 2 cents worth.
Ms. Staley, thank you very much. Is there anyone else who'd like to engage the City Council tonight? Please come forward. Thank you. Welcome.
Welcome. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I know you have lots of important things to discuss tonight. This may not be top on the agenda, but I wanted to make some observations about the swimming fee hikes that you're considering.
Miss, before you start, would you mind just stating your name for the City Council, please?
I should know that, shouldn't I?
Thank you.
Susie Blake.
Thank you, Susie.
I took a look at what the swimming fee hikes were going to be. And other than swimming lessons, which were a 33% increase, everything else was at least 40%. Most of them were a 50% increase, and several were a 100% increase. Now, I know that doesn't sound like a lot when you're increasing from $1 to $2, but I think what we need to think about here are who the families are that we're talking about. I recognize that we do give free passes, and I think that's wonderful. Most of the families that will feel this, that are on reduced, are either parents that are both working or maybe a single parent that's working 2 or 3 jobs to make it. These are kids now, we're not talking the little children because they probably have to have a babysitter. My biggest concern are the kids 5th to about 8th, 9th grade that are maybe babysitting for their younger brothers and sisters. These fees may determine whether or not they'll be able to do this. These are the kids that when you look at statistics, the kids that are at the highest risk of getting into trouble with time on their hands and nobody at home. These are the kids that are going to be there, that will get into drugs, that will get into sex, that will get into things far beyond their years because they don't have supervision. I'm very concerned that we do things that make them less eligible to go to programs like swimming at the pool. This may determine whether or not maybe they were able to go every day, now they can go twice a week. So who's at home watching? That's one concern. Second concern is we talk about childhood obesity. What better thing is there to do than to have kids at the swimming pool participating in a lifelong sport that they'll be able to do and that will at the same time be educating them on healthy, fun behavior where there's supervision, where there are other kids, where they can engage in something that is positive and healthy. I think maybe there is a philosophical thing for me too that says kids in this state have really taken a hit this year on a statewide level with education, with health care. kids are the least represented. We need to think about that, and I hope you will make serious consideration of that before you make that determination to raise those fee hikes. I also think maybe people who participate would be willing to, that can afford it, would be willing to throw in another buck, or somewhere where people can contribute to maybe raise that fee another way. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Blake, thank you. Sir, welcome.
Mr. Mayor and committee members, council members, my name is Bob Hanson, and my wife and I have lived in Sioux Falls for 34 years. And this is in relation to the water and sewer rates. A little more on my background. I served 20 years in the service as an aircraft mechanic, a maintenance officer during the Korean and Vietnam era. I served as a helicopter pilot. I was also on the Army Aviation Test Board. After I got out of service, I worked for the state of South Dakota for 4 years. For 4 years as a pilot for Governor Knipe, and after that, I managed business aviation for a period of 5 years. And I attended the June 6th meeting at 4 p.m. and I was alarmed at the sewer rates increase that have occurred since 2007. After I saw the rate chart, I went home and started computing the increases for myself. And I put the figures are on the board up there. And this starts off at the figures of 2006. Now, this is for 1 cubic foot. At that time, the rate was $1.54. And the way I calculated it out is just simple math. For 2007, I took $1.54, times 12% is 19 cents. Add that to the $1.54 is $1.73, and you go right on down through. And by 2009, there had been a 145% increase this is in the water rate. By 2011, with the 14%, there was 190%. This is the increase since 2006. The rate for 2012 will be $3.34, and it's a 217% increase over the 2006 rate. By 2014, under the present plan, the rates have increased by 246% since 2006. And calculating the sewer rates for 2007 through 11 comes to an increase of 205%. And I use the same way to compute the rates, and it's very simple for anybody who wants to do it. And if these rates continue, by 2016, the sewer rate will have increased by 301% since 2006. And my wife and I have a modest living. Since my retirement, we're on a fixed income. We've not had a income rate adjustment for over 3 years. This makes it very difficult for the water, electric, and groceries and gasoline and all the other things that are going up. I thank you very much.
You're welcome, Ms. Jansen. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Kathy Brachtelsbauer, and I want to say something else about the swimming fees, if I may. Last week I talked about the water increases, but I was not able to attend the informational session, but I did see the slides that were online and also over on the table there. And so I wanted to just say something about two of the statements in those slides, if I may. One was that it says Sioux Falls is the only South Dakota community offering reduced income or free swim passes. And it's not real hard to find out that there are other cities in Sioux Falls offering reduced fare and free and reduced swim passes. That even right on the Aberdeen website, it says 75% off for kids who qualify. And then someone I know in Spearfish said their Parks Department tries to give scholarships as much as they're able. In Rapid City, a friend of mine said that it's not the parks, but it's the CAP agency, like our Interlakes Community Action, that gives out free swim passes for kids that have Title 19, in other words, Medicaid. So it's too bad to have to use their CAP funds because those are always needed, of course, for utility bills and other emergencies families have. But so some of those things are happening in other cities. Just wanted to clarify. The other thing I wanted to clarify is probably not technically wrong, but just gives the wrong impression. And that's the statement. Since free family swim passes were implemented in 2006, the number provided each year has continued to progressively increase. And like I said, it's probably technically correct, but the impression that it gives leaves out some important history about swimming in Sioux Falls. Now, last month I was at the meeting of the Minnehaha County Historical Society, and I was interested in that because the topic was about the air base that was here during World War II, and my dad taught at that air base, so I went to the meeting. And it was interesting because it came out in Professor Oyo's lecture on the air base that the men were very hot. There, it was before air conditioning, and it was summer, several of the years. It was very hot some of those summers. And the men were often bored. And so put together hot and bored, and the men decided they would help build a swimming pool. And it was the Army Air Force, and this was land used by the air base, and they built the Terrace Park pool. And when they left the city, when the air base closed, they gave it to the city with the stipulation that swimming should be free. And so for many years, swimming was free in Sioux Falls. In fact, there were people at the meeting that remembered their happy childhoods at both Terrace Park and Drake Springs and whatever. I don't know if there were other pools. Remembered the free swimming that they grew up with in Sioux Falls. So I wanted to bring that up. And what happened apparently was in the late 60s or early 70s, the park board and the city decided to charge fees. And they claimed that, well, Terrace Park pool had been rebuilt or revised somehow, so it wasn't the same pool. So then they instituted fees. And at the hearing, I talked to somebody who was at the hearing when this was done, and the president of the park board was asked, well, what about kids who can't afford it? And he suggested that they swim in the quarries. And even at that time, the police would take kids out of the area if they found them in the quarries. I hesitate to even mention this because the next room right beside us watching this are a bunch of kids over there, and we don't want to suggest it. But even now, don't swim in the quarries because it's not safe, it's not a good place, and the police will be happy to get you out of there as soon as possible. So what happened was that then a system of free and reduced passes was administered by LSS, and it didn't work really too well because, of course, the LSS didn't encounter all the low-income kids that needed them. So then it was switched to the county. And that worked very well for quite a while because everyone who got food stamps used to have to come to the county, and there were long lines of people to get the food stamps, and so they found all the people on food stamps and could make sure that they got the swim passes for the kids. And so there was a big increase at that time. But then, not long, 10 years ago, whenever ago, they switched from food stamp paper coupons to the little card, and that could be administered electronically, and you didn't have to go to the county. So there's a big drop-off in whether kids got free passes. So it's been very wonderful to have this reinstated. And so I encourage us as a city to go back to honoring the agreement that we made with our servicemen and at least not increase the fees, and certainly consider going back to honor that agreement about free swimming in the city. Thank you.
Kathy, thank you. Folks, anyone else who wants to talk to the City Council? Yes, welcome.
My name is Mark Weber. I'd like to congratulate Mark Cotter of the Public Works Department for coming up with a commercial water conservation kit. Earlier this evening, there's been discussion about increased water rates, and the economist in me says when price goes up, one of the options that we as consumers have is reduce our consumption, and that's what conservation does. I asked the Public Works Department about a commercial water conservation kit almost a year ago, and it's taken quite a bit of time in order to come up with one, but now we have one, and it's a good idea because 30 to 35% of the people that live in Sioux Falls are not private property owners. They live in apartments, of which I am an employee of an apartment complex, and we have converted over half of our rental units with a shower head, and that has made a difference. And I once again congratulate Mark Cotter for carrying the ball in this, and now it's a reality in Sioux Falls, and I'm here just to publicize it to the rest of the commercial property people that now that this is available, we should be using it.
Ms. Weber, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to the council? Very good. Folks, if you could be ready, yes, I understand. After Mr. Stenga, if there's anyone else who would like to speak to the council, just if you wouldn't mind just getting ready, we'd appreciate that. Mr. Stenga, welcome.
Morning, good afternoon. Tim Stanga. I guess my main question is I'm hoping that the city council will look at the bottom line on raising rates for the swimming pools and the parks. Look at the bottom line and have the people come out and justify why they have to have the rate increase. Same thing with the water. I have people in my district that are suffering. I appreciate Kenny for standing up for them when it came down to the sewer rate, standing up for his constituents. And I know that it isn't just on the east side that people are suffering, that there's constituents all the way around town that aren't being heard, that I'm hoping the city council will step up for them guys and have a voice for the people that are suffering. Because I think they need a voice for one time. There's 156,000 people in this town. Maybe they should be heard.
Ms. Stinga, thank you. Well, seeing no more discussion, we'll move to item number 2.
Item number 2 is a special one-day malt beverage and special one-day wine license for the Multicultural Center of Sioux Falls to be operated on the upper west side of Falls Park for the Festival of Cultures on June 18, 2011, and authorize publication of the notice on June 3, 2011 to set the hearing date.
Welcome, Lori.
Thank you. Lori Hogstead with the City Attorney's Office. Just one item tonight, and this is a special request for an event to be held on Saturday. I can certainly answer questions you may have on this item.
Any questions of Lori?
Move approval, Aguilar.
Second, Entenmann.
Councilor Aguilar has made a motion to approve item number 2, seconded by Councilor Entenmann.
Mayor.
Yes.
I'll need to excuse myself.
Very good. Thank you. Councilor Anderson Jr. will excuse himself on this vote. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote, please.
Councilmembers Brown?
Yes.
Entenmann?
Yes.
Erpenbach?
Yes.
Jamison?
Yes.
Karski?
Yes.
Rolfing?
Yes.
Aguilar?
Yes.
That's passed 7-0. Thank you, Lori. Item 3.
Item 3 is a second reading, an ordinance of the City of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, repealing Chapter 22 of the revised ordinances of the city and amending Chapters 23 and 28 of the revised ordinances of the city by including secondhand goods dealers and gun dealers and dealers in precious metals or precious gems.
Chief Barthel, welcome.
Good evening. Doug Barthel, Police Chief. The proposal that we have before you is actually an ordinance proposal we've been working on for quite some time. We knew that there were some things that needed to be changed quite a while ago, and that actually came to light and was reaffirmed by the council-ordered internal audit last year. As a result of that, we've incorporated those recommended changes as well as several others that we came to after meeting with the affected shop owners. We held 3 separate meetings where we invited all of those that were affected to attend. We also appeared before the Public Services Committee on 3 different occasions. As I said, there were different changes as we went back and forth, and we incorporated those and got some great input and came up with what we think is a good proposal and a sound proposal. Although I certainly appreciate the vacation consideration, I think we've certainly given this its due process. So the ordinance actually, as it stands today, that regulates pawn shops and others in our city, really is not going to be changing that much from what we've proposed. What we're looking for, we know that currently today there are places in this city where if you were to take stolen property to, it can be sold there and go totally undetected and not reported to the police, and therefore you as a victim have no opportunity to get that property back unless you happen to by chance go to one of those stores and see your item there, then contact us and go through that whole process. So the chances of that are virtually none. So what we're proposing, we want to be able to capture some of that property and get it back for the victims. That is our main goal in this entire ordinance, are the victims. The victims are either the victim of someone whose property is stolen from them personally or from a retail store, because we do know that there are numerous items that are shoplifted and are immediately taken to one of these stores, and then items are sold. So I'm not saying that there isn't legitimate business that goes through these businesses, because frankly we know that the strong vast majority of the business that they do is legitimate. But there is, in fact, stolen property that's going through there, and we want to try to capture that and frankly put the bad people in jail and get the property back. We're not proposing to create this ability that gives us means beyond what the Constitution allows us. I think there's been some confusion that maybe we're trying to expand our scope beyond that. Frankly, we can't do that. City ordinance can't supersede the federal Constitution, so we still need to follow that when it comes to the rule for warrants, and then also the exceptions where you don't need a warrant. I think one other point is there's this concern with personal information that's being shared and through a third-party vendor that we use. We've actually, and the way the ordinance is currently written, without changing anything this evening, allows us to do that. The proposal that we have before you still allows that, doesn't change anything with that, and from what I've heard from possible changes to what we proposed, nothing changes the way we report that to that company. Now, there may be a change in whether or not the shop owner reports that directly or we report it, but nowhere in this proposal is this company mentioned, or even the fact that we use a third party. So I think some of that has been thrown into this conversation. It's kind of confusing the whole matter, because it doesn't have anything really to do with what we're proposing tonight. But just to give you a little history on where we were with that, and I'll try to be brief, but 19 years ago when I was a property crimes detective, here's how we handled a pawn transaction. If you took an item into a pawn shop, and by the way, the ordinance was exactly the same then as it is today, you would sell your item. They would handwrite on cards that we supplied to the pawn shops what the item was, all of your personal information. They'd get that from your driver's license. And then we would once a week go around, and each detective was assigned to a number of pawn shops and collect these cards. Literally took a couple of hours to accomplish that. Then each detective would take those cards back to the police station, and by not getting into the whole detail, but when we enter these into the federal system, there's a code that's assigned to each item. So we had to look at each item, first try and read the handwriting, and then enter onto that card what the code was that went with that item. After a while, you started to memorize them, but there's literally hundreds of codes that go with all the different items out there. From there, then those cards, once they were coded, went to a records clerk who would then do all the data entry, enter it into the system. It would then check to make sure whether or not it was stolen, if there's serial numbers, and then got their names into our system. Those names are still in our system today, are still accessed if we have active investigations where those people might come up. Fast forward to a couple of years ago, we were able to get a lot of the pawn shops to at least report their transactions to us electronically. From there, then we got that information, still had to do all the code information and manually enter that into the system with a data entry person in our records section. In January of 2010, we contracted with a company called Leads Online. This is a nationwide company that currently works with over 1,800 law enforcement agencies, and in fact, Minnehaha County uses them, Rapid City, Watertown, Mitchell. They've been in business for 11 years. Now, by using that, the pawn shops can go to a secure website, enter that information directly for us. It immediately goes into the system rather than waiting that week till we come and pick it up or have to do the data entry. So literally within hours of an item being sold, that information is in the system. It's a totally secure system. As I said, they've been in business for 11 years and they've never had a security breach. By having that information in there, not only can we access it, but other law enforcement agencies around the country. That is the only group that is allowed access to that information. No different than if I were to have a police department from another state call me today and ask me, did so-and-so pawn something in your city 3 years ago? I could pull up in our system and give them the exact same information. Now they're able to do it all electronically as part of that same system. It has worked very well. So not only did we save all the detective time of having to go around and collect these, do the coding, the data entry, and we actually last year eliminated a records clerk position. In addition to her duties, she had a few other duties that were able to, through some efficiencies, but a big chunk of her time was spent entering these hundreds and hundreds of transactions that occurred. So we saved actual dollars when we did that. If we were to go back to the old way of having to have them, whether it be handwritten or give us that information electronically, it's literally going to take us back 19 years. And I think in the technology age that we're in today, it's been a great system. We've had excellent results with it, and frankly, in the end, I've been able to get property back to a lot of the victims. So I have today with me Sergeant Matt Burns, who's going to cover a few more details, and Keith Allenstein from the City Attorney's Office, and Captain Greg Vandekamp's here if questions come up. But I would just say, as I mentioned in the beginning, this ordinance isn't for us. It isn't for the police. Frankly, and it isn't for you. It is for the victims. That be the people who have property stolen from them, whether it be personal or through a store. So, thank you.
Hello. Sergeant Matt Burns, Sioux Falls Police Department Property Crime Sergeant. June 9th, we had received some questions, I believe, from this body and from the Mayor's office. Specifically, we tried to answer those questions, myself and Keith Allenstein with the City Attorney's Office. Just have a couple follow-up items to present that we actually didn't get to in some of those questions. There's been a lot of talk about NCIC hits and what's that mean. To refresh maybe some of the information that was put out earlier, NCIC is the National Crime Information Center. That's an FBI-run database. When we have reports of stolen property, if there's a serial number, and only if there's a serial number with those stolen items, we can enter that into the database. That's one of the responsibilities of the case detective. Okay? The transaction information that Leads Online gets cross-references those serial numbers with NCIC and reports to us if we have hits on those items, and that's how that works. The key is that that's only a very small part of the picture. That's only one very small element of how we actually are made aware of crimes based on those hits. But to follow up, for the entirety of 2010, we did have, from the inception of Leads Online, we did have 62 total NCIC hits. These items included firearms, iPods, computers, GPS devices, gaming systems, power tools, televisions, cameras, musical instruments, stereo equipment, and bicycles. The reported value of these 62 items alone to us by the victims was $20,785, and the combined amount paid for these items by the businesses was $5,534. That was some of the questions that were offered. I want to talk just a little bit more about the NCIC process. I don't want to belabor that too much, but for an example, one of the ways we get information beyond just an NCIC hit is take, for example, a series of car hoppings, and what that is the common term that we use in the business for a series of car burglaries where vehicles are broken into. These typically happen in a chain of events in a neighborhood. Say we have a NCIC hit on one item. Well, that gives us the name of that person that pawned that item or sold that item to a reporting business. Based on using that name and using the tools available to us through Leads Online, we are then able to see what other transactions that person had done, say at other shops, that also report to the system. That is a key tool for us to use to not only see that where these transactions have occurred, but to match up property from these reports, hold these persons to account, and recover this property for the victims, attempt to recover this property. So while the NCIC hits are important, again, I just want to be key that that's only one part of the process. And keep in mind that this is all before we ever have an attempt or make an attempt or try to talk to a suspect, which then they can give us more, if they're inclined to, more information about their crimes, and also before we even have the opportunity, if it's indicated, to write a search warrant to recover more property. So that's important. Just real quickly, to kind of bring some reality to this, just last week, on June 9th also, we had an officer dispatched to a local pawn shop because a victim had seen their stolen bike in there from the day before. Okay, this was before this transaction was even reported to us, but the victim found it. Because of the name associated with that record on that stolen bike, we were able to find 5 on that day within 30 minutes, and now 6 independent cases of felony burglary from the southeast part of town by the same person. So we're able to work and clear up all these cases, and which is incredibly shows the power of Leads Online and the efficiency of Leads Online right there. I want to talk a little bit about the security element of Leads Online. I know that that's kind of been put out there. Leads Online is a web-based secure pawn shop and secondhand goods reporting format. Again, it's been operating since 2000. Again, Sioux Falls is one of 10 municipalities in this state alone that use Leads Online in this way to contract their reporting services. Other area cities that use it, for a sample, is Fargo, Minot and Grand Forks in North Dakota, and Des Moines in Iowa. The security elements are important when we're talking about transmitting this type of information. Leads Online requires that agencies sign a user agreement when we sign a contract, or any agency sign a contract with them, and then we determine, the agency itself determines who has access to that system. In the Sioux Falls Police Department, that is our property crimes investigators and our fraud investigators. And the fraud guys use that because there's many times cases of grand theft by deception and theft by deception in general where property is one of the main elements. Also, as a security element, I've requested our own city IT personnel to take a look at the Leads Online website and their security protocols, and I was happy to report that they noted no deficiencies. They described the Leads Online to me for their secure storage provider as a top-tier secure data service company that is used by Fortune 500 companies. It's also been noted to us that there's concern over how long the data is kept. Okay. Leads Online tells us that the contracting agencies can search up to 3 years of data. Beyond that, we put in a request to them for a hand search. So even the contracting agencies can just go back 3 years automatically through their systems, through their interfaces. Part of this, they do keep the data in their own secure databases for forever. Part of this goes to the statute of limitations. Why do you want to keep the data this long? Bear in mind that in South Dakota alone, the statute of limitations for virtually all crimes is 7 years. Also in crimes of capital crimes such as murder, there is no statute of limitations. And you may ask, why is that relevant here? Just in August of last year, there was a homicide in Sioux Falls where the victim was killed in one location and burned up to hide the crime in his own vehicle in another location in the city. The suspects had stolen another vehicle belonging to that victim and left town. Before they did so, they took a clarinet that belonged to the victim's daughter in the trunk of that car, and they pawned it. Okay? The case investigator on the homicide contacted me once he found out that this was likely the case. And I was able to personally recover that clarinet for the victim's daughter, and that record is in Leads Online. So that shows a relevance to something other than a property crime. Benefits to the store, if we want to talk about benefits, is I would say that in using Leads Online, it reduces the likelihood that they will have stolen property in their stores, because essentially, in a small way, that property has been vetted by going through the process if it has a serial number, okay, as it has been checked against the stolen database. Benefits to the citizens of the community who do business there are less likely to purchase a stolen item, and which could possibly end up as evidence in a criminal prosecution. A lot has been talked about the impact on businesses in the community that have to report, and that's absolutely important, and that conversation is appropriate. I would like to talk a little bit about, in closing, the impact on citizens. Now, this ordinance revision was undertaken in an attempt to balance the needs of law enforcement, okay, to deter crime and to find out about crime and to hold those responsible, but also with the needs of business and about what they're regulating. Recently, a local store, which would be covered under this proposal, said that they transact about 20,000 items every 2 weeks. Okay, well, that's a significant number of items, to be sure. On the American Pawnbrokers Association website, they assert on there that less than 0.5% of all stolen property has been shown to be stolen in pawn shops. By using that business's numbers alone, over the course of the year, that could be over 2,000 items, okay, just by those numbers alone, and that is a significant impact to the city and crime victims. Ultimately, as far as impact goes, if we choose, again, not to extend this proposal to the secondhand goods stores, to have them report and to have them hold the property as the pawn shops currently have to do, and if we choose not to extend our holding period in a small manner to 14 days over 10, again, that doesn't impact the police department or even city government. But the victims of crimes in every district of this city are missing out on a further opportunity to recover some of their stolen property. We're missing out on an opportunity to further hold criminals to account for their crimes. And I don't think that any of us want to miss that opportunity. And I'm here to advocate for those victims of crime, which we see every day, and I just ask you to do the same.
Sergeant Burns, thank you.
Good evening, Keith Allenstein, City Attorney's Office. I just wanted to address a couple of concerns that have been brought up over the process of this. It's been a long process. We've had several meetings with pawn shops, several committee hearings, phone calls throughout the process here. We've answered all the questions that we can answer, tried to find answers to all of them. There's an old saying amongst lawyers that says, if you have the facts, pound those. If you have the law, pound those. And if you don't have either the law or the facts, you pound the table. There's been a lot of table pounding, a lot of misinformation in this process that's been out there, and I want to correct a little bit of that to make sure that everyone understands what this is about. And I encourage you when we're done here, if there are questions, if you have concerns, please ask. Okay, we will answer the questions. We won't run from them. If we don't know the answer, we'll say we have to get back to you on that. Fact. Regulating pawn shops and secondhand goods dealers is not a new, novel, or unprecedented concept. State statutes in South Dakota provide that municipalities have the right to regulate these businesses. SDCL 934-9 and 934-8 indicate that municipalities can license, tax, and regulate pawnbrokers, secondhand good, and junk dealers. How new and novel is this concept? These laws have been in existence since 1890. Cities and states across the nation regulate pawn shops and secondhand goods dealers. Here in Sioux Falls, we already regulate every business that is subject to this new ordinance. Okay, different ways, different forms. That's what this ordinance is intended to do, is to bring them all under the same reporting requirements. Okay, all of these businesses which will fall under this ordinance are already in one way, shape, or form regulated by city ordinance and have been since as far back as 1957. Pawn shops under Chapter 28, and all secondhand goods dealers, okay, whether it be jewelers to the extent that they purchase items, they're really secondhand goods dealers. If you buy gold, you're a secondhand goods dealer because you're buying in secondhand goods. Gun dealers to the extent that they buy goods. We're actually narrowing the number of people, the number of secondhand goods dealers to which these ordinances will apply. Presently, under Chapter 22, any secondhand goods dealer of any type of item whatsoever is required to keep records, which are made available to the public. Look at Chapter 22 as it presently reads. That's exactly what it says. We are narrowing the scope of this ordinance as to who it applies to by defining what a secondhand goods dealer is and limiting it to the items which the police department typically sees as stolen and converted for cash. Fact. Using leads online is not a new, novel, or unprecedented concept in Sioux Falls, in South Dakota, or nationwide. We have been using, under our current ordinance, leads online for the past year and a half without any kind of privacy concern incident. South Dakota, other cities in South Dakota, as it's been mentioned, there are 9 other jurisdictions that use leads online the same way that we presently do and as we would continue to do under the new ordinance, and over 1,800 jurisdictions nationwide that use leads online. Fact, using leads online does not improperly expose vital personal financial information. Okay? Even the information, even though it's not all that personal and sensitive, is secure, as Sergeant Burns indicated. But let's look at what information is required. Okay? Leads online documents and the pawn ordinances require a name, an address, a date of birth, and a driver's license or ID number. Okay. Anybody ever got a speeding ticket? What information is on a speeding ticket? Name, address, date of birth, driver's license number, and in addition to those things, those 4 things that are required on Leads Online, height, weight, hair color, eye color, things like that. And guess who has access to that information? Every person. It's public record. It's filed with the court system. I'm sure we don't have anybody, that many people that have speeding tickets or any other kind of traffic offenses. If anybody's ever had a cold and wanted to buy Sudafed, what's required? Your driver's license, okay? Your name and date of birth, address, and driver's license are all in information. And what's done with that information? Well, according to South Dakota state law, particularly 34-20D-8, the retailer shall make and require a record of the identification of the person, which is defined as a document issued by a governmental agency which contains a description of the person or a photograph or both, and gives the person's date of birth, such as a driver's license, passport, or military identification. What's done with this? Well, every 5th day of the month, the retailer is required to send that information to the Office of the Attorney General. Okay? This law also goes on to say that the retailer shall disclose this record of your name and date of birth and driver's license information to any law enforcement officer for a law enforcement purpose. Never buy Sudafed? Well, if you get a prescription drug for a controlled substance, 34-20E-2 requires that the Board of Pharmacy be sent by electronic means. Okay, electronically they have to send this information to the Board of Pharmacy regarding each prescription dispensed for a controlled substance. This is then entered into a central database, and that information is shared from state to state. Hunting and fishing licenses. If you've never had a cold, if you've never gotten a speeding ticket, if you've never gotten a prescription, same idea. And I noticed as we walk in here today, for those that wish to speak, to sign in you have to give your name and your address and your telephone number. That's half the information that Leads Online requires right there. And it's to come and speak to the council. Okay, this is not overly sensitive information. One last thing regarding a question that's come up. There's been some questions about where's the due process and the warrant requirements in that. There are warrant requirements under the Constitution. There are also warrant exceptions under the Constitution. The end result, whether the officer seizes an item pursuant to an exception to the warrant requirement, or whether an officer goes to a judge and gets a warrant for the pawn shop, is the same. That evidence, by probable cause, is seized. Okay? Whether the officer does it on his or her own or does it at the authority of a judge, there is no input by the pawn shop owner. There is no due process on the front end. In fact, the law only requires, as the due process, that the officer or the judge find that there be probable cause. The due process comes after the fact, and I won't belabor that point. In the question and answer information that we've sent to you, we've explained the due process that we have in process now when we're ready to dispose of that property. There is a hearing, a meaningful right to be heard. The last thing that I would like to do, there are some people here to speak in support of it, but I'd like to share a letter that was, or a portion of a letter that was sent to the city attorney's office. And it says, in my opinion, any business that buys or trades merchandise should be under the same reporting requirements as the pawn shops. This would include all jewelry stores, used CD and video stores, stores such as Shields that openly advertise that they purchase guns of all kinds yet don't have a pawnbroker license. Some of this is misinformation, but just bear with me. I'm just quoting the letter. How can jewelry stores not be required to have a dealer in precious metals and gems license since they buy, sell, and trade jewelry? I know that the main argument that the police department is that they don't have the manpower to cover all these businesses. That is an excuse and not an adequate reason. If all stores that should be covered by these ordinances were required to have a computer program to provide the information to the police department in the format required by the police department, rather than just the, quote, larger pawn shops, this would take very little time to comply. This computerization should be required of all covered businesses, not just a few of the pawn shops. This is a letter written by Lee Anderson, owner of First Cash and Exchange, to Mayor Munson in January of 2005. We've done what he asked. We're bringing everybody under the same process. We're making them report electronically to free up the officers so we can cover all these businesses with the same type of information or where the same types of items are being pawned, sold, or otherwise disposed of to get cash. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Folks, this is a second reading, so with all second readings, the public has an opportunity to address the council on this particular topic. Is there anyone who would like to address the council on this topic? Please come forward. Again, if you could just state your name and keep your comments to 5 minutes or less. Thank you.
I think I can do that. My name is Mike Cole. I'm the past president and on the executive board of the South Dakota Retailers Association. Most of you probably know me better as one of the managers of Lewis Drug Stores here in town. And, you know, before you've got a proposal which Lewis Drugs is very interested in, because I fall into the category of some of those that lose this merchandise we're talking about. And not all merchandise has Social Security numbers on it or serial numbers. There's a lot of merchandise that has nothing whatsoever. Now, the opponents would tell you that this is going to cost them a lot of extra employees in order to implementate this. Well, I happen to be, as you mentioned earlier, a pharmacy. And so I do report all the pseudoephedrine purchases as they do. I also report all of the narcotics and Class 3 drugs. And I assure you that it cost me no extra employees to put this information through. It did cost me 2 or 3 minutes from our customers to wait to get this information in. But you know, I've had no breach of information in the last 3 years since we've implemented the pseudoephedrine laws, and we've also had no customers complain. Most of our customers understand, legitimate customers understand why we have to do this. Now, what happened? What was the result of those things? My theft went down. In fact, it's 0 right now. We put that product behind our counter, which cost me sales, but you know, more than made up with the loss that I lost of stolen merchandise over the counter that I could not track down. It also allowed law enforcement officers to take out meth labs and to track those kind of informations. In fact, we have helped officers with that same information set up, we call them smurfing, but they would come around and hit our stores, and by the time they got to the second one, we'd already have somebody waiting and be able to stop that from happening. But it only happened because we had reporting services that allowed us to track something that normally could not be tracked. Now, the opponents are also going to tell you that there is no theft problem, that they have a 99.9% lawful rate of sales. But that's only on trackable merchandise. That is not on merchandise that's not trackable. Let me give you some real figures about what it cost me for that same merchandise that ends up in someone else's store. It cost us, in the 4 years of 2007 to 2010, $137,000 just with Lewis Drugs for video games. It cost me $133,000 for movies and DVDs. It cost us $120,000 just for DeWalt drills and all kinds of hardware, whether it be drills or saws or whatever the case might be, you know, items that were worth $100, $150, and they're walking out the door with them and they're gone just like that. Not always am I able to track those. Not all of them have numbers on them, and so they're just gone. But when I have 10 on my shelf and the next day I have 2, and none of them rang through my sales on my registers, well, it went someplace. But I have no way to really track that or find that unless somebody writes it down when it shows up where the cash is being flowed. And so we not only have over $337,000 worth of loss in those 4 years, but I had to put on a security system. Now, we've had that much earlier than that. Back in the 70s, we started our program. We'd spend $250,000 for security guards in our stores every single year to deter that. We bought $30,000 a couple years ago, $30,000 worth of glass showcases that could be locked in order to deter people from coming in and taking 30 DVDs and walking out the door with them before you could get a chance to stop them. Now, we have cases where we've caught shoplifters, and you may ask, how do I know where these end up? Well, they tell us. I've been in your store the last 3 days in a row. I've got 30 DVDs, and I get money for them down the street. But I can't track that because I have no way of knowing other than my loss. I can track that very well. And so in order to stop this, I ask all of you to take a hard look at this and help me to keep track of those losses. And the only way we're going to do that is if it's written down someplace that I can go back and look at somebody's name and find out that they've been in several shops the last 3 or 4 days and dropped off 10 DVDs at the same time, and they've never been out of a plastic case. They just have the names ripped off of it. And it's happened. So I don't know what else to tell you. I'm going to kind of leave it at that. You understand the problem that we have. Now, if you multiply that out by the retail stores in town, we only have 6. Look at the money we have spent, and if you can add Target, Shopko, Kmart, Walmart, I just go down the street, and you know how big of the problem it really is. But it's not trackable unless someone puts pen to paper and writes that information down. And I'll guarantee you, if you do that, those names will pop up and they will quit taking the DVDs and the DVD players and all those things, because if they have no outlet, they have no sales. Thank you.
Ms. Cole, thank you. Folks, is there anyone else who wants to speak to this item? Thank you. Folks, if you could just be ready, we'd certainly appreciate that. Thank you so much. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members. My name is Chuck Armstrong. I'm the Community Affairs Director for Pawn America. Pawn America has 23 locations across 4 states, the Dakotas, Minnesota, and Wisconsin, and we report at each and every one of them electronically. I just want to go on the record and say we support this ordinance and the change it's going to bring, and it fulfills what we are asking for, and that's the fair and equitable playing field with pawn stores, secondhand goods, and also precious metal dealers. In our Minnesota stores and 2 in Wisconsin, we report to APS, which is the automated pawn system. It's based out of the city of Minneapolis, and they manage it, and they also created it. They also charge those communities in which use this program 60 cents per transaction. So there's a government-run organization. It was $1 until recently. They dropped it down to 60 cents. The city then upcharges us, the pawn stores. We pay anywhere from $1.50 up to $3 per transaction back to that city. That's how they supplement their budgets. Don't think that's fair, but we do support the reporting. The other one we use is Leads Online in both our Dakota stores as well as those other 2 in Wisconsin. But I do want to let you know that we support Leads Online. In fact, those areas where we're required to use APS, we voluntarily download the identical file to Leads Online each night. The reason we do that is we feel it's good for law enforcement. It builds that national database, and it's, in our opinion, it's the right thing to do. We don't do the reverse where we're on Leads Online sitting. We don't automatically download the APS because of the transaction fee. If it were not for that, we probably would do it. So I just wanted to go on record for that. We do support this. I'm going to be brief tonight, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. But
Mr. Armstrong, thank you very much. Next, please. Thank you. Sir, welcome.
Are we ready for opposition?
Certainly, sir. Please just state your name and go right ahead. Thank you.
Dean Nacer. I'm a lawyer. I have practiced in Sioux Falls for 37 years, and I represent all the various businesses which are opposed to this. And that is virtually all the businesses except Pawn America who are going to be covered by this ordinance. Pawn America, of course, full well knows that they're the largest of all the pawn dealers, and that the more stringent the requirements placed on its competition, the bigger they get, and the more the competition is eliminated. And so we do expect them to be more in line with police regulation than others. We're going to get into the substance of this tonight, and I'm going to need more than 5 minutes. I hope we get more, because I've talked to my clients, and I've said, please give me the time. Don't take up the time yourselves. And the police have had 30 minutes, and so I hope you'll bear with me a few minutes as we go through this. Now, I've given all of you...
Just to be clear, the council has urged me, right as I became mayor, that we would allow 5 minutes for public commentary. So that is what we're going to do tonight.
I'm going to try and get right to the point.
Thank you.
Resisting our great police department is not an easy thing for me to do. I owe them debts, myself, personally. I don't normally come on as strongly as I have to all of you in written materials that I've furnished you, but this particular ordinance, while it's not entirely bad, has some aspects to it that are absolutely un-American. They are violations of the most basic principles of democracy that we have ever encountered in all of our 8th and 9th grade civics, our law degrees, our business. We need to look at this. So I hope that if you're going to vote against me tonight on this issue, that you do it knowing full well what you're getting into. This is the first time in 62 years of my life that I have ever seen a police department ask a city, a government, to allow private names, private information, private driver's license numbers, and identifiable information, cumulatively, year after year, tracking sales of all types, into a searchable database. That is a lot different than going down to the clerk's office and finding a traffic ticket with somebody's name on it. A searchable database of leads online, which is not regulated by any government and which can be hacked, which undoubtedly will be. They talk about secure. Citibank is secure. The university that got hacked around here is secure. All of these things are secure. And they still get hacked, and their employees still send that information out, and people ask police officers to do them favors, and they are able to do that. We are sending private dossiers, we're gathering them, police information, police files, to a private commercial database. The police denied at first that they owned, that Leads Online owned the information. We then produce their agency agreement, which clearly says, can this go up? And how do you, can you focus from there? Well, it clearly says that the police website, all materials, let me just read it to you, all materials contained on the provider's website are protected by copyright. And the principal, that's the police department, will abide by the copyright. It's not ours, it's theirs. We are authorizing the city of Sioux Falls by this ordinance to send private information of our citizens to that private database that they can own it. Now, when they get bought out by somebody, that database stays there permanently, and it's going to be owned by whoever buys them out. It's not always going to be the way it is today. Now, when you consider any kind of an ordinance, you have to consider what one of our presidents said, all right? Our police aren't Nazis. They're anything but. But that's the problem. If they were Nazis, you would stop them. You wouldn't pass this ordinance. But because they're well-meaning today, we slip into complacency, and we assure that, and we assume future police will be like them. You should not examine legislation in the light of the benefits it will convey if properly administered, but in the light of the wrongs it will do if improperly administered. Lyndon Baines Johnson, President of the United States. Those who give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. Benjamin Franklin. You're at a crossroads here today. You know that private files are being generated and you're being asked to authorize it. And they're searchable. And when that happens, we lose our freedom. There is a difference between an administrative search where somebody comes in and looks at all your business records and says, yes, you're in compliance, and appointing every single police officer, and here's the desk pounding, every single police officer in the city of Sioux Falls to have the right to come in to every one of these businesses, look through their records, look through all of the stuff they've purchased, and not need a warrant, because when you've authorized it, it comes into plain view, which makes it an exception to the warrant requirement. This is an end run around the Constitution. We are eliminating the obligation of our law enforcement to be checked by the judicial system. Checks and balances are being thrown out by this legislation. I ask you to block out for a moment the bias that comes from knowing who authored this proposal. Look at it for what it is. It is the inroads to a totalitarian government. We are no longer going to be free. We are going to be in a database. When my wife wants to trade in the little scrawny diamond I gave her when we got married and maybe get a little bigger one, she's going to be in the database. You're going to see that people like Jim Entenman, if you read this ordinance correctly, are going to have to register their transactions on Leads Online with their private customer information for a motor vehicle that contains any kind of a computer or any kind of an electronic device. It's not excluded. And so consequently, billions is going to have a fit when they figure out what this ordinance is going to do to them. The only exception is when they trade in a car on a new car. That's exempt. But whenever you trade one in on a year-old one, you're going to be under this ordinance. They can argue with it, and you call me back up here, and I'll put the provision up there for you to see. I'm telling you that this is going too far. And as you evaluate this, I ask you to consider some possible amendments.
Councilor Anderson, Jr., at this point, Mr. Naser is at 8 minutes, 9 minutes. Are you recommending that he have more time?
Yes, I am.
Mr. Naser, continue.
I am going to distribute to you, if I may. May I approach you?
Sure.
And down here. I'm asking you to appreciate that some of this is not necessary. The police do not need personal identifying information from the 99.9% of these businesses' customers who are not even suspected of a crime. They are not the least bit associated with any need for law enforcement. You're throwing out the baby with the bathwater. And so I would urge you to modify this. I've listed the amendments that are conceivable that will make this more reasonable and still give the police everything they need. Even if you choose to let them go to Leads Online, make them only input the item, not the person's name. If the person's name becomes relevant because of the theft that's uncovered, then by all means, the record is in the store. And there were 42 hits, not 62 NCIC. The chief said 42 in the written materials submitted to you. 42 hits is all out of the 7,800 thefts that were reported in the city of Sioux Falls. These thefts do not go through these businesses as much as people think. I'm stunned that Lewis Drugs would come in and back this fully without creating some kind of an exception for the privacy of the people they serve in this community. That they would want these very same people to be in a private database for the police. And so I've got this written down to where divide the functions, between the administrative compliance search, which should be done perhaps, on my suggestion, no more than 4 times a year. Have a compliance officer. Don't authorize every policeman in the city of Sioux Falls, under the pretext of doing an administrative search, to come in and lie, in essence lie, because they're only authorized to do a warrantless search when it's an administrative search. Then don't make them twist the truth and say, I want to do an administrative search, when we know that they should have gone out and gotten a warrant. We are giving them 2 hats to wear in this ordinance. You don't do that with the police department. It's dangerous. They need warrants to check and balance them. It's basic civics. I assure you, I have left out most of what I wanted to say to try to shorten this for you. I sincerely hope somebody else will pick up the ball on their time. I do not want to abuse my role. I thank you very much for everything that you do for our city. I ask you to please ponder your legacy. Ponder what you are going to leave this city. Ponder taking the easy way out, like leads online and searchable databases of innocent people, versus freedom.
Mr. Nacer, thank you. Folks, anybody else who'd like to address the council about this particular ordinance? Sir, please, if you'd come forward, we'd appreciate it.
Hi, my name is Glenn Smalley.
Welcome, Mr. Smalley.
I'm a small shop owner here in Sioux Falls. Been trying to look at both sides of this, but to be honest, there's a lot of the issue that I just don't have access to. So I'd mostly like to speak to my personal experience. First of all, I was not invited to any meeting, anywhere, by anybody, to participate in any of this process, other than another store owner saying, it's already begun, you might want to show up. That's it. So I'm not sure how the police department determined who to invite. Kind of feel left out. Second, another meeting that I came to for the same purpose, there was a mention of how eBay applies leads online. They don't. They used to apply it to a small group of people that would open up eBay stores and had a minimum number of purchases per year. But I can tell you that I've been a member of selling and buying on eBay for at least 10 years. Never have I had to put in a serial number for anything, ever. And that's not going to change. So this ordinance would be not in line with the largest system in this country for selling used merchandise. I'm all for catching criminals. But I was told by a city police officer here that when my son and other thefts have occurred for my family, that it wasn't worth the time. Of their time, my time, just wasn't going to happen. That these items weren't worth enough to even spend any effort on. I could file a report if I wanted, but it would be a waste of his time and mine. And I was told that directly from Sioux Falls Police Department. What I do know is that, it's my Palm Pilot here.
It's all right, good job.
What I do know is that about a year and a half ago, I had people come into my shop and purchase items with closed or fraudulent checks. And those items showed up at Pawn America the very next day. They were very easy to locate because the officer at the front desk of the police department knew exactly who to call. First phone call, located those items. Those items were put on hold there and remained on hold for months. And then when I contacted the officers, as I'd done monthly, to find out how the court case was going, towards the end when the case was actually resolved, I couldn't get my property back because Pawn America had already sold it, along with lots of other property. I was told by the Sioux Falls Police Department. I was told that basically they got tired of holding it, and they wanted to push the rule, and they did. They got away with it. And we are here today as a result of that action. That's what I understand. I understand that this is nothing but an effort by Pawn America to get the ball rolling, to level the playing field, so that they're not the only one that has to do this. In my personal opinion, there should be limits on this, aside from the due process and the information being shared. And I guarantee you, from being in IT for 20 years, nothing is secure. Nothing. You know, there's probably maybe 2 or 3 people in this room that have laptops or any devices that actually record serial numbers. It's just, this is just not enough in one direction and too much in another. It's going to do more harm than good. The good that it does, I'm all for. The harm, I'm just not sure. Other than that, my only personal experience with information and the police department is I have gotten a random call, well, maybe not so random, a call from the Sioux Falls Police Department to my cell phone number, which wasn't in my knowledge published anywhere. And I asked the officer that called me how he knew the number, and he simply stated, "We're the police department. We know these things." So it's a little scary. So the fact that this is unregulated and unsecure bothers me, but I'm not sure that you could improve upon the process. I just believe that there should be dollar limits to the amounts reported, to the items reported. Make it significant. Make an impact count and balance it with the needs of the business. Thank you.
Mr. Smalley, thank you. Sir, please come forward. Welcome.
My name's Rick Stoops. I'm from Sunset Pond.
Welcome, Mr. Stoops.
Thank you. I have a few comments I'd like to make regarding the proposed ordinance. It was presented to you that this is a collective effort between the police and the businesses. The police began work on this in March of last year, and we were notified in December. And there was 2 meetings held that I was informed about. And during the first meeting, a coin shop representative made several suggestions, and at the end of the meeting, a detective asked him how he thought the meeting went. Well, the coin shop rep responded that usually when he's asked for input, that the suggestions that he would give would be written down, and he was not, and after he said that, he wasn't notified of the second meeting, so he never got to that. If you look at the information provided by the businesses that we gave you guys in the packets, you'll notice the signatures of 21 plus businesses and the people who will be affected by this ordinance. And they have enough concerns about the proposal that they drafted their own version, which they felt would protect not only the businesses but the customers and the police integrity. And it should be noted that the police version impacts not only highly regulated businesses, but also jewelry stores, antique stores, secondhand stores, and all of their customers. And the police proposal provides convenience for the police, but has a wide range of consequences for the businesses. It would seem to us that the 2 ordinances should have been compared line by line in sessions with representatives from the council and from the police and the business owners. At the last meeting, there was a discussion regarding Leads Online, and it was stated that the information from Leads Online would come back to Sioux Falls Police Department and that they own it. Well, they said that that's not the case, and it's not. And when you opt out of that program, they'll send you a copy, but the rest of that stuff stays there forever. Now, what's interesting about that, if you buy a gun from a gun shop, a licensed gun shop, the information is submitted to the FBI, and once the transaction has been approved, then they must purge that information within 24 hours. And that's so they don't create a gun database. With the recent hacking of several large corporations, why would we jeopardize the information of any Sioux Falls citizen by sending it anywhere? At the last meeting, it was reported that Sioux City required the Leads Online, and they'd found stuff through Leads Online in Sioux City. Well, I have friends that work in pawn shops in Sioux City, and they don't have Leads Online. In an earlier presentation, you were presented with that fact that 99.99% of the transactions in our shop in the past 11 years were perfectly legal transactions by law-abiding citizens. And the police essentially showed the same information. This doesn't warrant submitting all personal information to Leads Online. A well-respected customer in a coin shop was asked what he thought about having his information sent, and whenever he conducted a transaction, he said, well, you know, if you're going to treat me like a criminal, I probably won't transact business with you anymore. So, the rights of a citizen should outweigh any factor of convenience for the police. This is especially true when considering all the regulations enacted to ensure the privacy of information of citizens. City councilors are elected officials and are here to look after the rights and protect businesses and individuals. And here's your opportunity. The businesses that would be impacted by this proposed ordinance make a significant contribution to the tax revenue of Sioux Falls. So please either vote no on this ordinance or send it back to committee. And thanks for your time.
Mr. Stoops, thank you very much as well. Ms. Santee?
Really knowing nothing about this until I came down here tonight, and listening to everybody, I do have one question. If you have a unit that has a serial number, but the unit is composed of subunits that also have serial numbers, do all the serial numbers from the unit and the subunits have to be recorded, or just the one? And also, flea markets don't seem to be covered, and that'd be a good place to dispose of illegal goods.
Mr. Santee, thank you.
Very good. Council, do you have any questions or comments or motions on item number 3, which is the second reading? Yes, Councilor Anderson, Jr.
Question for Chief Bartell, please. Thanks, Chief. In your comments earlier, you stated that you have incorporated all of the recommendations from the audit report. Is that correct?
Those that they recommended that we put in ordinance.
Okay. Part of their recommendation, or one of their main recommendations, was a spreadsheet to track items that have been confiscated. Is that something that we've put into the ordinance?
No, because they didn't recommend that we put it in the ordinance. Matter of fact, they recommended that we keep that separate, which we do actually have that in place, and it is easily accessible. Sergeant Matt Burns is the one that monitors that and is the contact person for that. All they simply need to do is call him. They can let him know what the status is of that case and where the property is.
With Leads Online, we have a 4-year contract with that company, correct?
Yes.
And the money was provided by a federal grant?
Correct.
Okay, at the end of that 4 years, what is our plan for paying for that if there's no more grant money? Are we going to pass those costs to the businesses, or is that going to be absorbed by the city?
No, actually, our plan from the beginning was to use city funds, and actually the money that we saved by eliminating one FTE in our records clerk position will more than easily pay for this.
I don't have any other questions right now.
Council? Councilor Jameson.
Not sure who to talk to, but maybe whoever needs who figure it out. The reimbursement fund that used to be out there is no longer in existence, right?
That's correct.
And you're not proposing it to be a part of this?
No, absolutely not. We were one of very few that provided that, and what you're referring to used to be our buyback fund. If a pawn shop took something in unwittingly that was stolen, we would go in and seize that property and then reimburse them for whatever their cost was that they paid for it, up to a maximum of $300. Frankly, it was, as I said, we were one of very few in the country that did that, and that's part of what the whole audit was. And In these budget times, it's difficult to justify doing that. Plus, there are methods where they can request reimbursement through the courts.
What I found interesting about it was maybe the idea that these pawn shop owners, if they saw suspicious activity, I mean, one of your goals in this ordinance is really to help the victims. And if they knew from word up that there was a lot of items stolen, a lot of bikes, for instance, and bikes were coming in, you might say, a pawn shop owner would say, hey, I'm going to buy this item knowing that it's probably stolen so that I can make sure it gets back to the rightful owner, and I'll notify the police that it's been stolen as well, or suspiciously, it's suspicious activity. A report, so to speak. Now that you know about it, you can, and if the pawn shop captures the identifications of the individual pawning it, then you should be able to solve a crime. That's what I like about that program. And I don't know if it helps to $40,000, $50,000 a year, but I like the idea of putting these pawn shop owners and businesses on our side to help solve crime. So I guess I would just urge you to reconsider maybe. I like that approach. I mean, I don't know what number is the right number, what you've used over the years, but just a couple others if I could. The other is the leads online. I mean, that took up an hour of our evening tonight.
Yeah, sorry.
The idea that the pawn shop owner captures the name of the individual on their own internal records, they've got to do that, right?
Correct.
So then duplicating it again and sending it into leads online, is there a value to that? I mean, if I took in an Xbox, for instance, and I wrote down the serial number and I typed that in on the leads online, it was an Xbox, and I took it in today and I gave them $100 for it. And somebody came in, you came looking around to see if any Xboxes were turned in. Wouldn't that be the only information you would need, is the serial number and the item and maybe the date? Would you need my name?
Well, yes, actually, because if we know that, and not you personally, but if that name came up as a suspect in other cases, or perhaps we were able to tie you to a different store where we were able to confirm that item was stolen, there'd be no other way to know that you had in fact pawned those items or sold them at various locations around the city. It would, short of going and personally looking at each and every item, which a lot of these items don't have serial numbers or identifying marks that make it easy to search in a database, but we can search by name. And there are numerous cases, and Sergeant Burns referred to one earlier, where we were able to tie that same person into 6 different cases, not because of the property, but because of the name. And back to your first point about them entering the information, they enter it into their system, and then Leads Online actually has an interface where it'll automatically put that into their system. So it's not like they have to do double data entry on this.
But if I've reported a lost Xbox, and you know about it, and you're looking through Leads Online for Xboxes recently turned in, wouldn't you just cross-reference that with the pawn shop owner, call them and say, hey, I got a hit on this Xbox, could you tell me who it is?
We can, but the problem is, especially in something like an Xbox, there's literally hundreds of those that are pawned or sold every year. So those common items are very difficult to track, and that's when we talk about where maybe there are only a handful of hits. Those are the ones that the computer prints out and shows, yep, this definitely matches this item that was entered into the system as stolen. But it's those common items where we know that perhaps you were involved in some other crime, as I said before, where we can tie those together, where the system doesn't just get those, and to do that manually would be beyond our capabilities. But
Councilor Rolfing.
I'm going to jump off of what Councilor Jameson said there, and that is that by getting the information, Chief, of the serial number and the description or identifying marks of a piece of equipment or a bicycle or whatever, and then the pawn shops themselves having the person's name, would seem to me to have the same effect as having it with Leads Online, or with Leads Online just having the serial number. Now, I understand that there's a lot of pieces of material or whatever you want to call it that are stolen that don't have serial numbers, and that's a problem. I'm bothered a bit with this Leads Online thing and giving that information. I wish there was a way that we did not have to give so much information there. There's something here that bothers me, and
It's been a great system. It's worked well all over the country, and I don't want to keep rehashing this, but it's worked well, and it's certainly proven itself with law enforcement all over.
Councilor Karski.
My question is regarding Leads Online also, and as a hypothetical, somebody's having a difficult financial time, and they maybe go to 4 or 5 different pawn shops, sporting goods stores, whatever, they're selling their stuff. Their name appears on Leads Online at several different locations. Does that automatically make them a suspect for a crime?
No. It's the only thing that this program would give us are confirmed hits where stolen property is entered and it actually matches up with that. It isn't going to key on certain people or certain items.
You aren't going to be surfing it for names, basically. Okay.
Frankly, we don't have the time to do that.
Okay. 2 other real quick questions. Without the driver's license, name, and address, Leads Online is useless to you. Is that correct?
As far as what?
If the person pawning their stuff, if you can't put their name and address and driver's license number into the system, there's no way for Leads Online to track it. Is that correct?
No. I mean, we could maybe say that piece of property was stolen, but it's not going to solve the crime.
Okay. And then the last thing, what controls does the department use? I mean, who in your department, and this might be something for Sergeant Burns, who can access Leads Online? I mean, is that available to any police officer, anybody that works at the police department? Is there what security controls are there?
No, it's just the detectives that work within our detective division that have access to that, and their supervisors. I personally don't even use it, so it's not something that the officers in the car access. They're the ones that do the follow-up on the theft reports, and they're the ones that need to access it. This isn't open. Matter of fact, we have just set terminals that can even access it, so it's not something that's open up to the entire department.
Councilor Urbanbach.
Just a clarification, Chief, from something we talked about in one of those 3 committee hearings where we had police officers, store owners, and council members all meeting together. At one point, we talked about vehicles, including used vehicles and motorcycles. Would you clarify for us again how that doesn't relate to this, how this ordinance does not relate to those kinds of items, please?
Well, you're correct. It does not apply to that. The example given before of the car dealerships and so forth do not apply to this. The items anything that you take into a pawn shop today, you have to report, and that's under the current ordinance. We're now adding secondhand goods stores and adding just those specific items that are listed in ordinance, not everything, and opening it up to any and every shop that might happen to buy something or trade something.
Thank you.
Councilor Anderson, Jr.
Doug, also today here, we're seeing an amendment by the police department to remove a section of what was covered earlier. I believe it is the sporting goods. Why are we removing them or exempting them from this ordinance?
No, we're proposing to add sporting goods back in. And that was, this ordinance went, and I guess it speaks to how much we worked with this. The ordinance went back and forth numerous times, and in one of those transactions when this document was being prepared that was erroneously left out, so we're just asking to put that back in.
Okay.
Council, would anyone like to make a motion on this item number 3?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll move to approve.
It's been a motion to approve by Councilor Brown.
Second, Urbanbach.
Seconded by Councilor Urbanbach. Any further questions or comments on item number 3, which is the second reading?
Mr. Mayor, I would
Councilor Brown.
move to amend by adding sporting goods and sporting equipment to the goods included in the definition of secondhand goods dealers found in Section 28-1, and adding not previously sold at retail to Section 28-4. If I get a second, I'd like to just speak to those for a moment.
Second, Urbanbach.
There's been a motion by Councilor Brown to amend the motion, and seconded by Councilor Urbanbach. Councilor Brown?
These are the items that Councilor Anderson Jr. referenced and that the police chief addressed as well, the items that were inadvertently left out.
Any comments on the amendment as proposed by Councilor Brown, seconded by Councilor Urbanbach? Hearing none, if I could have a roll call vote, please.
Okay, this is the vote on the amendment. Council members Anderson?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Entenmann?
Yes.
Erpenbach?
Yes.
Jamison?
Yes.
Karski?
Yes.
Rolfing?
Yes.
Aguilar?
Yes.
That is passed 8-0. We now have an amended motion on item number 3. Yes, Councilor Anderson Jr.?
I'd like to make an amendment to the main motion by deleting the language in 2815 subsections A and B that read his designee and add in place Leads Online. Since Leads Online is contracted by the police department to...
Councilor Anderson Jr., if you could just hold on your commentary. Thank you. You've made an amendment to the amended motion to remove 28-15 C and B?
A and B.
Very good. Is there a second on that? Is there a second on that? That has failed for lack of second. We're now back on the amended main motion, which is a second reading. Any further discussion? Yes, Councilor Jamison.
There's just a lot of loose ends on this thing that aren't good for me, but I'm not sure if we're in a urgent rush to get this done. I know it's been talked about in committee for several months, and that may be disappointing to several of us, I know. But I'd like the administration to at least have a chance to consider the applicants or the business owners in our community, their amendments, and give a chance to review those with us. And either we could do that tonight or some other night, but I just feel like we're rushing this just a little too fast, and there isn't a need that I can see, which isn't in the form of a motion yet, but I am just expressing concern that I don't like to vote on an item that I don't fully understand, and I've spent quite some time on it this weekend. And I'd like to have more of a partnership with the business community and not such a defiant group that is opposed. We should be able to come together and solve this and make it work for everybody, and we can all have a better community. But I would support a motion to defer this item for another 2 weeks, if that's what it takes for the police chief to get back again, and for other consideration. But
Councilor Jameson, are you making a motion to defer this item for 2 weeks?
yes, please.
Thank you.
Second, Anderson.
There's been a motion by Councilor Jameson to defer this item for 2 weeks.
Would be to Tuesday, July 5th.
Which would be Tuesday, July 5th. It was seconded by Councilor Anderson Jr. Is there any discussion on this motion to defer the amended main motion till
Tuesday, July 5th.
Tuesday, July 5th?
Discussion, Mayor?
Yes.
Chief Bartel, is that enough time for you? Would you rather have 3 weeks? Would that be more?
It is 3 weeks.
It will end up 3 weeks.
Oh, yeah, okay.
There has been a motion to defer. Councilor Erpenbach.
I wanted to just reiterate before we vote on this that there have been, in addition to the meetings that the police department had with the business owners, there have been 3 public hearings with council members, police officers, and members of the public. That the Public Services Committee has worked on this for several months, and we have spent time reading tons of material provided by the police department, provided by businesses, provided by individual citizens. I'm disappointed that some of my colleagues' comments and much of the information that has been shared with us has included distortions and untruths. The core of this ordinance is already law in the city of Sioux Falls. It is in several different places and difficult to find all its pieces. And I commend the rewrite for its clarity and for bringing related pieces of the law together in one location, User-friendly, what a concept. I also appreciate the rewrite for the way it deals fairly with all businesses that handle the kinds of merchandise that are most likely to be shoplifted or stolen and then resold. And I appreciate that this rewritten ordinance brings Sioux Falls into closer compliance with law enforcement practices that are successfully protecting law-abiding businesses and law-abiding customers all over the country. I encourage you to not defer and to approve this ordinance tonight.
Councilor Brown.
I would also encourage you not to defer, echo the many times and materials about this thick that we've gone through on this issue over the last 3 months. It is a consumer protection issue. Mr. Cole, how many stories did I do with you through the years about how it costs consumers, the theft that happens in your stores and all the stores in this community, and that many of those things do end up getting resold elsewhere? We talked about it many times. I would urge your vote to support this.
Council, there has been a motion to defer by Councilor Jamieson, seconded by Councilor Anderson Jr. to defer this item to July 5th. If I could have a roll call vote, please.
Councilmembers Anderson,
Yes.
Brown,
No.
Entenmann,
Yes.
Erpenbach,
No.
Jamieson,
Yes.
Karski,
Yes.
Rolfing,
Yes.
Aguilar.
No.
That is passed 5-3. Item number 4.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Erpenbach.
given the time of evening, I'd request a 10-minute recess to stand and stretch.
We'll have a 5-minute recess. We'll restart this meeting at 9:02. 9:02. We'll start this meeting at 9:02. Thank you.
The City Council meeting will resume in 60 seconds. Will council members please return to their seats? Could council members please return to their seats? We're beginning in 60 seconds. Okay, Tony, let's go. You want me to read the item? I have.
I want to thank you all for your patience tonight. We've got a lot to cover. We'll now move on to item number 4. Item number 4.
Item number 4 is a second reading and ordinance of the City of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, providing supplemental appropriations $3,687,500.
Mr. Turback.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Tracy Turback with the Finance Office. This agenda item and the next both relate to adding $3,687,500 to the 2011 Sales Tax Fund Capital Budget for capital projects. If funded, these projects would be, or if approved rather, these projects would be funded using unobligated fund balance that remained in the capital fund at the end of 2010. The projects proposed for funding are very good, solid, much-needed improvements to city infrastructure and facilities. And you've heard me speak to these projects on a couple of times in the past, so I won't belabor them, but I would ask that you allow a few minutes' time for some of the other individuals that are more directly involved with these projects to speak to the need for those funds. We'll start with the Director of Central Services, Sue Quanbeck-Etten. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm just going to go through a few pertinent facts that you may or may not be aware of about the HVAC situation over at City Hall. There was a 2004 assessment that was done of the building, and it was determined at that time that the HVAC system should be replaced within 2 to 5 years, and that was in 2004. This project has been in and out of the CIP budget since 2007. The primary AC for City Hall is a 1967 chiller, so it's pretty old and definitely needs to be replaced. It's running at full capacity, and yet it only provides cooling to 60% of the building. The unit is inefficient, and it's hard to find parts for it. Because the chiller only cools a part of the building, the rest of the building is cooled through a hodgepodge of other systems that are ineffective and inefficient. Just to give you some examples, the attorney's office is cooled by a 1930s refrigerant 7-ton chiller. 1930 chiller. This type of chiller is obviously no longer available. There are several rooftop DX units that cool the east side of the building. So cooling to the finance department, HR, and public works is provided by 3 separate AC units, and each of those were installed in the early 1970s. Several of the air handlers and fan coil units date back to the 1970s and definitely do not meet today's standards for indoor air quality specifications for fresh air. And they're not properly sized to handle the loads either. There is no fresh air supply for any levels on City Hall other than the ground floor. And the ground floor units are inadequate, and they're from the early 70s as well. There are 166 city employees that work in City Hall, and of course the public is in and out of that building for numerous reasons as well. Building projects, permits, licenses, HRC, etc. A new system could improve energy efficiency by 40% and help reduce peak demand charge by at least 100 kilowatts, which equals about $1,500 a month in electricity cost savings, or $18,000 a year, and that number may be conservative. Failure of our 1967 unit luckily has been minimal in the past. However, it did fail recently, and the inside building temperature reached 84 degrees in a matter of hours. If our current chiller fails, we estimate that rental, delivery, and installation charges would put operational costs between $8,000 and $10,000 per month, and there would be a hookup charge as well of approximately $25,000, and the whole process could take about 10 weeks. And obviously, we don't want to be without AC for a 10-week period in the summertime. The current air handler will not pump heating and cooling to the areas that have those rooftop units. We need to complete the air handler project in order to get rid of those ancillary units that I mentioned that are inefficient. So those are the facts that I have to offer about the HVAC system at City Hall. And then the other thing I wanted to mention is just a few bullets, a few facts about the Carnegie. There's a project that was in the 2012 and 2014, split out into 2 different years to replace the roof. What we're proposing is that we do that now. This, believe it or not, is the original roof from when the building was constructed in, I believe, 1906. So since then, there's just been patchwork done. There are other items such as gutter replacement, repointing, lintel repairs, and sealant that are in dire need of being done as well. Not doing them is allowing water and moisture to potentially be introduced into the building and damaging it further. Several of the slate tiles on the north section of the building have delaminated and broken apart. There are also several tiles that are missing. The missing and damaged tile certainly can be a source for water to enter into the building and cause damage from moisture and mold. So those are the reasons why I propose that the Carnegie roof replacement project be given high consideration, as well as the HVAC project over at City Hall. Next up, Arena will talk about the scoreboard, I believe.
Good evening. Terry Torkelson, General Manager, SMG, Sioux Falls Arena. Here to talk about scoreboards and lighting projects. I think we're all aware of the deficiencies with our systems and our rather public failures that have happened the last 2 years on national television. The current end boards are 18 years old. The center hung is 30 years old. We recently have received a letter from Daktronics saying they no longer manufacture parts for these systems. So currently, when a component fails, we have to take it out of the board, send it in for repair, they repair it, and they send it back. That's if the piece can be repaired. The lighting elements are an incandescent bulb, so the failure rate is quite high. Prior to this year's sporting season, we replaced 5,000 bulbs at a cost of about 58 cents a piece. It's an ongoing problem due to the heat buildup in the units. It's been a failure problem with this design since it was originally done. The scoring console itself, we are the last building in the world that uses this current system. So we actually found a replacement one on eBay, so we now have 2 of them. We estimate last year we spent approximately $10,000 on repair, labor to keep the existing boards up. We've talked with the sporting teams and users. We will charge a fee, a small fee, for the use of the boards that will bring in approximately $8,000 more a year. And we estimate that the building itself, at least a minimum of $4,000 a year in sponsorships. We'll retain some of the rights. We'll be able to do a building-wide sponsorship now, so all media sources can do the same type of advertising. And we also estimate that it'll consume about a third the current electrical usage of the existing boards. Any question on scoreboards?
Thank you.
I can move to, can we do lighting quick?
Sure.
We're testing LED fixtures currently. We have approximately $250,000 programmed for the replacement of the existing lighting system that's 13 years old. With the LEDs, once again, we'd conserve between a third we'd use between a third and a fifth the current power. The transformers that supply the current system are original to the building, so they're 50 years old, which brings into light a safety concern, as well as the dimming capability of the lights above the seats. They're not currently on the emergency standby generator system, and that would be part of this project as well. Any questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, Jody Fick with Siouxland Libraries, and I'm here to speak about a couple of projects that are included. The first is the Cayley HVAC project. At Cayley, the HVAC system is original to the building. It is 23 years old. We've been having some failures with it. Last year, one of the furnace units went out, and our facilities management had to scavenge some parts to try to put it back together and got it working again. The year before, on the cooling unit, it actually drained out all of the condensing, so we had a week where we had very minimal air conditioning. Our Cayley branch is the most used branch in Sioux Falls, with over 500,000 checkouts occurring there, over 300,000 people coming in. So I think that is really important that we have heating and cooling for the citizens who are using that building. This project was originally planned to be done this year, but when we received estimates for replacing both the Ronning and the Cayley HVAC systems, it was double the price as to what had actually been put into the CIP budget. So we are replacing the Ronning units, which are actually even more in dire needs, and if this isn't approved, our facilities people will be scavenging all the parts from those units to try to keep the Cayley ones running. The other project that is included is the Ronning parking lot project. The Ronning parking lot was installed in 1995. We have done preventive maintenance on it, including a major resurfacing in 2007. This year it is planned to do some crack sealing, and that would hopefully give it a little more life. Originally, we were planning to replace this in a couple of years. If this is approved, it would be really nice to get it done. We do have problems, especially in the driveway area, with freezing in the winter, and with that's where the employee entrance is, and that's where the book drop is, where we have a lot of traffic by the public, and we would like to improve the drainage of that area as a part of the replacement of the parking lot. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Troy.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Mark Cotter with the Office of Public Works. Just with a few closing points on the list. The three projects that have been recommended for consideration from Public Works involve 41st Street from Western Avenue to Minnesota Avenue. The strategy on that section would be to add an asphalt overlay. Minnesota Avenue from 22nd Street to I-229, we would continue some of the Techcrete operations that we've started last year and really build off being able to improve Minnesota Avenue. Off the long section that we did last year, this would tighten up the south end of Minnesota Avenue. And last, Marion Road. That section is from Madison Street to 60th Street North, and that would be a series of repairs very similar to what we've been working on of recent on Rice Street as you leave town from about Cleveland Avenue out to Timberline. One of the things that tonight you're being asked to consider a list of priority projects that are a cross-section of multiple departments. There's 5 departments that touch projects that are in this amendment tonight. There's been a discussion to modify the list to put additional funds and or reallocate funds. And I can say, I could certainly be selfish here and actually say Public Works could use the funds, but that would come in a year that's been a significant road improvement year. It's on the back of last year that was an extremely busy year. This year will also be a significant year in the utility, water and wastewater side. Just in the sewer utility alone, in addition to our baseline capital program, we actually accelerated with your help and approval $35 additional million worth of work in the wastewater side. And not to mention that at the end of next year will be the last significant year in flood control. So it has been a significant construction year for the what I would consider roadway and utility contractors, and the balance of those projects, whether it be improvements to the City Hall HVAC system, Carnegie Town Hall, the Arena Fire Department, and the libraries, really allow us to outreach to a number of other suppliers, vendors, and contractors. So with that, thank you for the ability to speak to this item tonight.
Folks, this is a second reading. Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak to the council before they have an opportunity? Very good. Council? Yes, Councilor Jameson.
Just a couple of clarifications. We started talking about this $3.8 million back in March when it was identified in the CAFR that there was $3.761 left. And it is now June 13th, and we are deciding how to spend this money. Now, I know Mark is a good guy, and he's working hard to be a team player, but it's just my opinion that there are other street projects that should be done, work that could be completed in order to provide better streets in our city. So I've got just a few things here. I know I've discussed this with most of you on the amendments when I talk to you. Just some basics so you understand what I'm trying to do here is I would remove the Carnegie building improvements and the City Hall HVAC upgrades for $1.4 million. And I would also remove the Ronning parking lot improvement. Other than that, we would keep the 41st Street asphalt overlay, the Minnesota Avenue Tech Read application, the Marion Road project, the arena scoreboard and lighting upgrades, the fire department headquarters parking lot repair, and the Cayley Branch HVAC system improvements that they need. In addition, I would be adding 8 new items, 8 new street projects. And I know you've read these or have seen this email, but essentially $1.6 million injected back into our streets. Some of these projects are just essential as preventative maintenance to prevent the potholes from developing into larger potholes and essentially providing smoother roads for all of us. I've got some numbers here, but before I read and make a motion, I guess if it only makes sense so that this doesn't turn complicated, that we maybe discuss any issues you may have with some of those amendments or those changes.
Councilor Jameson, wouldn't it be prudent to actually make an amendment first?
Well, I just didn't want
what you're talking about.
It'll get real complicated if we have to delete and add things. But if the council is
Point of order, Councilor Jameson, we need a main motion first,
Okay.
and then we can do amendments.
Councilor Urbanbach.
I would move approval.
Second.
There's been a motion by Councilor Urbanbach, seconded by Councilor Jameson to approve item number 4, which is the second reading. Councilor Jameson?
Okay, I would like to make a motion to amend the main motion to add more money for street repair and replacement by deleting facilities management by $1.4 million and reducing the library to $42,500 and adding $1,610,000 to streets for a total of $2,803,500.
Is there a second?
Second, Brown.
Councilor Brown has seconded that motion that has been made by Councilor Jameson. Any further discussion? If we could vote on that, please.
Council members Anderson,
No.
Brown?
Yes.
Entenmann?
No.
Erpenbach?
No.
Jamison?
Yes.
Karski?
Yes.
Rolfing?
Yes.
Aguilar?
No.
No. We now have an motion made by Councilor Erpenbach, seconded by Councilor Jamison. Any further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Council members Anderson?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Entenmann?
Yes.
Erpenbach?
Yes.
Jamison?
Yes.
Karski?
Yes.
Rolfing?
Yes.
Aguilar?
Yes.
That's passed 8-0. Thank you. Item 17.
Item 17 is a resolution amending the 2011-2015 capital program, $3,687,500.
Is there a motion, Councilor Erpenbach?
I would move approval.
Thank you.
Second, Entenmann.
There's been a motion by Councilor Erpenbach, seconded by Councilor Entenmann. Is there any further discussion? A roll call vote, please.
Council members Anderson?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Entenmann?
Yes.
Erpenbach?
Yes.
Jamison?
Yes.
Karski?
Yes.
Rolfing?
Yes.
Aguilar?
Yes.
That's passed 8-0. Item 5.
Item 5 is a second reading, an ordinance of the City of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, amending Chapter 21 of the revised ordinances of the city by creating a chapter entitled Community Development.
Good evening, Darren Smith, Director of Community Development. Very simply, this item will officially codify an ordinance and advisory board for our Affordable Housing Division that essentially has been in place and meeting for several years. And it was brought to our attention recently. It was just never made official. So that's what this item will do.
Folks, this is a second reading. Is anyone in the audience who'd like to speak to this item? Very good. Council?
Move approve. Second, Rolfing.
Motion by Councilor Anderson Jr., seconded by Councilor Rolfing to approve item number 5. Any further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Council members Anderson?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Entenmann?
Yes.
Erpenbach?
Yes.
Jamison?
Yes.
Karski?
Yes.
Rolfing?
Yes.
Aguilar?
Yes.
That is passed 8-0. Thank you. Item number 6.
Item number 6 is a second reading, an ordinance to modify the revenue obligation loan agreement as amended and the $10,300 never mind. City of Sioux Falls, South Dakota Sales Tax Revenue Bond Series 2006 be issued thereunder on April 10, 2006 pursuant to ordinance number 2506.
It is now 9:22.
That's right.
And our city clerk is getting tired. But watch her. She will finish this battle. Keep going. Mr. Connor.
Mayor and City Council, this item and the next item are for the same reason. The wastewater utility, which we've been working for years to get the rates up to their cost of service approach, we've met that target, which will now allow us to remove the sales tax pledge from this loan. And in a sense, it just presents a much more accurate picture on revenue coverage in the future as investors review our current and future sales tax revenue on other priority projects as this city moves forward. We also have tonight our Director of Finance is here, as well as our bond counsel, Doug Hayek, and this has been a joint effort between Public Works and Finance to remove this pledge. Thanks.
Mr. Connor, thank you. Folks, this is another second reading. Any comments at all? Very good. City Council?
Move approval, Rolfing. Second, Entenmann.
I have a question.
Councilor Rolfing has made a motion to approve, and it was seconded by Councilor Entenmann. Councilor Anderson Jr.
I have a question. Okay, Mark, a few weeks ago we talked during the wastewater rate increases. I made a comment about using sales tax money to support the increase or reduce the increase, and was told that by ordinance we cannot use sales tax money on an enterprise fund. Yet here tonight we're talking about removing a sales tax pledge from an enterprise fund. Can you explain why we have those differences?
I can, and then I will also defer to Director Turback. Essentially, what the sales tax pledge provided for was, at the time when we took out the loan, we didn't have the revenue coverage required to meet the obligations of the state, and so it's essentially like going to the bank and having to put down a personal guarantee. But essentially, the water rec revenues, the water rec fund has made all the payments to these notes, and then the policy decision that came in late 2006 actually said that the enterprise funds should stand on their own, and that's really been our quest up until with the series of rate increases that we've done over time. Now what we're saying is that the utility is healthy financially and capital-wise, and we think it's wise to actually remove this pledge. But essentially, we've never actually used sales tax to make any of these debt service payments.
Okay, then my next question, if I'm allowed. If we never used the sales tax money, but it was encumbered on this wastewater, did we actually spend that money? Did we put it away? What did we actually do with that sales tax money?
It's not actually. Let me have Director Turback actually speak to that
Thank
from
you.
a financing standpoint.
Tracy?
Thank you. The sales tax dollars that were pledged to back these bonds would have been programmed in like any other second penny sales tax dollars into the capital plan. So only if we were actually intending to make the debt service payments with sales tax dollars would we have actually obligated within our budget to use them in that manner. Since they were not used in that manner, they were just treated as any other sales tax dollars in our annual budget.
Thank you.
Council, any further questions? Roll call vote, please.
Council members Anderson?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Entenmann?
Yes.
Erpenbach?
Yes.
Jamison?
Yes.
Karski?
Yes.
Rolfing?
Yes.
Aguilar?
Yes.
Thank you, City Council. 8-0. Item 7.
Item 7 is a second reading, an ordinance to modify the sales tax revenue obligation loan agreement as amended and the $3,316,310 note issued thereunder on May 24, 1990 pursuant to ordinance number 6390.
Mayor and City Council, this is the same criteria that was on the previous item, and it just will simply remove the sales tax pledge as the backing for this note.
Citizens Sioux Falls, any comments?
Move approval, Rolfing.
Councilor Rolfing's made a motion to approve.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Anderson, Jr. Council, any further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Council members Anderson?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Entenmann?
Yes.
Erpenbach?
Yes.
Jamison?
Yes.
Karski?
Yes.
Rolfing?
Yes.
Aguilar?
Yes.
Thank you. It's passed 8-0. Item number 8.
Item number 8 is a first reading, an ordinance of the City of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, amending Section 2741 of Article 3 of Chapter 27, Parks and Recreation of the revised ordinances of the city by revising recreation and facility fees.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Don Kearney with Parks and Recreation. Before you tonight, we have an abbreviated version of the presentation that we provided to you last Monday. Due to the time constraints we're under tonight, we're just going to give you a summary of that information that was presented previously. Some of the considerations as we look to recommending fees to the City Council with regard to aquatics programs and recreation programs and rentals of the services that we provide. Obviously, one of the things we look at is the cost of doing business. Many of the fees historically over the last 15, 20, 30 years have not been increased at all, and obviously the cost of doing business has. Anytime we propose fee increases or changes to those fees, we want to show you how we stack up against other communities. We wanted to also, as it relates to aquatics, share the success of our free and reduced income passes. There are also a couple examples in some of the fees that we want to change how we charge, just because of the practical application of how we charge those fees. It's just easier to administer. So we have a couple of those recommendations. And then we also have some new fees where we have identified significant value and significant demand for those services. And so we have a couple new fees as well. As a general rule, I'll just outline the proposed increases of all the fees. The reduced income swim pass for families, typically that is half the regular rate. Currently the regular rate for a family swim pass is $70. So we have proposed to increase that to $35. The same would be true with a reduced income individual pass to make that half of $45. Daily admission for our traditional swimming pools would go from $1 to $2. Aquatic centers would go to $2 to $3. All swim lessons would also receive a $5 increase, $20 for session levels 1 through 6, and $15 for preschool, toddler, and child with parent. Some of the other aquatic fee considerations, we believe that still we are the only city that offers reduced income or free swimming passes. We know there are other means and methods out there that other communities use to provide discounted or free passes, but typically the city themselves, we believe we are the only ones. Since free family swim passes were implemented in 2006, the number provided each year has progressively continued to increase, as you'll see on the slide. And then in 2009 and 2010, we did issue more free family swim passes than we actually sold. And you can see the increase from 2006 to 2010. We went from 182 free passes issued to families in Sioux Falls to nearly 3,000 in 2010. Some of the other proposed fee adjustments are the showmobile reservation fee and the portable bleacher fee. That is one of those situations where I think it's just easier to charge based on what it actually truly costs us to provide that service. And so the $275 and the $150 is just solely the true cost for what it takes us to take the units out to those sites and then bring them back. We're proposing a $25 increase on the Tut Hill house rental. Community center classes for child and youth would go from 3 to 5 per contact hour. Adults would go from 6 to 8 per contact hour. Summer singers and youth band registration would go from 25 to 30. Court rentals would go from 20 to 25 at our community centers. Our meeting rooms, only for those private parties, would go from 20 to 25. Everybody else is free. And then our adult volleyball tournaments would go from 50 to 60. And then finally, we have 3 proposed new fees. These are those services and facilities that we provide. They're in high demand, and people are really shocked that we don't actually charge for these services. The wedding reservation fee would be $50. The band shell reservation fee would be $50. And then multiple session classes where we actually have fitness classes or whatever that might be held on multiple occasions, we'd be able to charge $5 per contact hour. In summary, we believe that majority of the fees that we're proposing still put us at the low end of the benchmarks of other communities that we've surveyed. The aquatic fee increases would generate about $57,000 in new revenue. The new and other fee increases would account for about $20,000 of the total new revenue. And then, as always, any fee ordinance recommendations are channeled through the Parks and Recreation Board, and they do recommend approval.
City Council, would anybody like to set a date of hearing and second reading for Monday, June 20th at 7 p.m. on this item?
So move, Anderson.
Second, Karski.
There's been a motion by Councilor Anderson Jr. to set that hearing date, seconded by Councilor Karski. Are there any questions or comments? Yes, Councilor Rolfe.
Mr. Karski, tell me how much revenue is generated by the single day pass for $1 and $2. Can you do that?
I do have that,
I'll
believe.
bet. I
Yes.
thought you might be able to.
Were you talking for the traditional swimming pools? Is that the question?
Yeah, the $1 and then the aquatic $2.
The $1 to $2 would generate an additional $10,625, and the daily admission for aquatic centers would generate almost $30,000.
Folks, any other questions? Roll call vote, please.
Council members Anderson?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Entman?
Yes.
Erpenbach?
Yes.
Jamison?
Yes.
Karski?
Yes.
Rolfing?
Yes.
Aguilar?
Yes.
That is passed 8-0. And folks in the audience, just so you know, that was a first reading. We're just creating a second reading. That doesn't mean that the council passed those fees. It means that we'll discuss them again on the date that they just passed. Thank you. Item number 9.
Item 9 is a first reading, an ordinance of the City of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, amending the revised ordinances of the city by revising license fees issued by the Public Health Director.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Amy Richardson from the Health Department. Item 9 pertains to changes to the Health Department fees in Chapter 23. In 2008, we began a 5-year process to gradually increase fees to align revenue with expenses. We have increased fees in prior years and to continue this process, we do recommend a 20% increase for our 2012 health fees. One example of this would be our annual license fees for our restaurants. It would go from $151 to $181. Additionally, in the ordinance under food service establishments annual licenses, there is a statement limiting our ability to charge for an additional food prep area for facilities with less than 5,000 square feet. In today's environment, any establishment can have additional food prep areas. So this would allow the health department to charge for this type of facility.
Amy, thank you very much. Council, would anybody like to set a date of hearing and second reading for Monday, June 20th at 7 p.m. for this item?
So moved, Aguilar.
Second, Erpenbach.
Councilor Aguilar has made that motion, seconded by Councilor Erpenbach. Council, any further questions? Roll call vote, please.
Council members Anderson.
Yes.
Brown.
Yes.
Entman.
Yes.
Erpenbach.
Yes.
Jamison.
Yes.
Karski.
Yes.
Rolfing.
Yes.
Aguilar.
That is passed
Yes.
8-0. Item number 11.
Item number 11 is a first reading, an ordinance of the City of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, amending the revised ordinances of the city by amending the schedule of rates to be charged by the City Light and Power Department for furnishing electric current for light and power purposes as found in Chapter 41, Utilities.
Good evening again, Mayor and City Council. Tonight we will, as Don Kearney did for Parks and Rec, do a very brief presentation as it relates to these 3 utilities. And next slide, please. One of the things that we built off of was last week we had a very comprehensive slide. We had our rate modelers in town, and there's about a 71-page slide presentation that has a lot of very good detail. There's copies of that presentation as you walk in. There's also a copy of this brief presentation that we've summarized tonight for a first reading. I want you to take note that the consultants that we bring in, they are the top rate consultants in the area. They don't only have regional experience, that they have national experience. So when we develop a budget and a capital plan and have desired outcomes, they challenge us on the steps, but these are also very complex models. Cost of service approach is what we've done from the beginning, and essentially what that means is that we want people to pay for their respective share, not any more, not any less, based on your customer class, whether you're a resident, a commercial owner, or an industry. And one of the other items is, since some of our debt planning goes out 20 years, our models go out that far as well, and so they become, again, good long-range planning tools for us. Revenue requirements are very important when you're running a utility, and we want to make sure that we do the cost of service approach. And essentially, we just want to make sure people are properly charged. We want people to have confidence that if you're a residential user, that you're paying a residential rate and it's been tested through the model. The other key is, and we were asked the question last week, was what has been the history back to the mid-'80s on the number of rate increases, and we'll show you that slide coming up. But essentially, if you choose to ignore to not make responsible rate increases over time, the industry calls that essentially generational subsidy. And essentially what that means is you don't want customers either underpaying or overpaying for their respective rates. We are in a corrective action right now to get our rates to where they need to be. But at the end of this one, this is really one of the last major rate increases as we've worked with the City Council and past City Council over a number of years. One of the aspects as well to having good, sound financials, as Doug Hayek was here earlier, is it allows us to have a very sound bond rating. If something occurs like occurred last year, that we can actually go to the debt market and accelerate projects. Okay, the gentlemen that presented to you last week were gentlemen from DGR and Mike Burkhardt, our light superintendent. Divisional highlights from that rate model was that as a municipal power supplier, we're able to actually purchase power from WAPA, Western Area Power Administration. That's the generation of electricity that comes off the series of dams. One of the key aspects of that is the largest customer of the Light and Power Division is the Water Division, right across the street. And so that division is able to actually buy low-cost power and then share that with everyone across the city, even though they only supply power to a very defined and small territory. I will allow you to read through. One of the key drivers this year is the increase in power supply. We are going into the reserves to stave off some of this recommended rate increase because we believe in the very near future, with the amount of water that's behind the dams, that power supply costs will begin to drop, and we want to make sure that we keep our operational reserve levels right at our target. And so the recommended increase this year across all customer classes of this utility is a 3% increase. This last slide for this item gives you a snapshot of what this would mean to this customer class, and just specifically for residential, if there's a 3% rate increase implemented, it would have an impact of about $1.53 per month. And I would ask for your support.
Council, would anybody like to set a hearing and second reading for Monday, June 20th at 7 p.m. on item number 11?
So moved, Aguilar.
Second, Intamin.
It's been a motion by Councilor Aguilar, seconded by Councilor Intamin to set that second reading. Any further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Councilmembers Anderson.
Yes.
Brown.
Yes.
Intamin.
Yes.
Erpenbach.
Yes.
Jamison.
Yes.
Karski.
Yes.
Rolfing.
Yes.
Aguilar.
Yes.
Pass 8-0. Thank you, Councilor. Item number 12.
Item number 12 is a first reading, an ordinance of the City of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, amending the revised ordinances of the city by revising Chapter 18 thereof to decrease rates at the landfill in Sections 1830B and 1830N.
Mr. Connor.
Yes. Let me recap the rate model presentation for the regional landfill. And yes, we are actually recommending for a decrease in one class of waste that comes through. Divisional highlights is that we do manage a regional sustainable landfill that covers 5 counties. This is a highly regulated utility. As you also know, in water and wastewater, we do see now that the economy is stabilizing, we also see that the waste revenues and the tonnages that come across the scales are also stabilizing, which allows for better predictability in our rate model. We've also tapped as additional revenue sources with a 10-year contract to sell landfill gas to POET. We've taken, for Phase 2 of the flood control projects, all the clay that's been needed to actually raise those levees have been excavated from the landfill. The positive side of that is when we actually go to dig cell 3, we don't have to remove that clay because it's already been removed from the flood control project, thus reducing the capital requirements for this utility. We were able, doing the right thing, to sell carbon credits to polluters, and that's been a very good revenue source that was not expected when we got to that process. That was something that we worked with Mark Mickelson on and actually contracting for carbon credit sales. And then last and most recent, that we entered into a 2-year contract with POET to actually grind biomass for their ultimate Project Liberty project. We do not anticipate and do not recommend an increase on tipping fees for 2012, but we do recommend to reduce the wood waste fee now that it's been 3 years and we've not had to pay a grinder to actually come in because this is a very stable commodity. Energy users are buying this product and replacing their natural gas needs, and so for that reason we've not only reduced the large tonnage but also the pickup dollar amount as well. One snapshot on that we have been over time as we analyze the revenues that are needed. We've recommended various rate increases over time, and now for 2 years in a row we've not recommended a rate increase on this utility. And I would ask for your support.
Council, would anybody like to set a hearing and second reading for Monday, June 20th at 7 p.m. on item number 12?
So move Anderson.
Second.
There's been a motion by Councilor Anderson Jr., seconded by Councilor Rolfing, to set that reading for Monday, June 20th. Any further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Councilmembers Anderson.
Yes.
Brown.
Yes.
Entman.
Yes.
Erpenbach.
Yes.
Jamison.
Yes.
Karski.
Yes.
Rolfing.
Yes.
Aguilar.
Yes.
Thank you. This passed 8-0. Item 13.
Item 13 is a first reading, an ordinance of the City of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, amending the revised ordinances of the city by increasing water rates as found in Chapter 41, Utilities.
Okay, Mayor and City Council, to recap on the water rates, and this is one that we've responded to a number of your questions over time. AE2S has been our modeler for a number of years, and they truly do specialize in the revenue requirements for water and wastewater utilities, along with our water superintendent, Greg Anderson. Divisional highlights. The focus of this team is to deliver clean and fresh water every day to our customers. We have undoubtedly the best staff in the state and likely the region. We're fortunate to have a very growing community, but one of the aspects of that is if you have a limited water supply, you have to be proactive and actually go out and find a good long-term water supply. City of Sioux Falls is prepared for the future with the investment that's been advanced to Lewis and Clark. We are in the midst of preparing to actually receive that water by first quarter of 2012. One of the aspects, one of the strategies that we looked at to actually reduce the impact on ratepayers is, since for the first 6 years of holding that debt, we wouldn't see water. We only issued that debt to do interest only. And in the last 24 years, which will actually start in next year, we'll actually start paying interest or principal and interest. And so that's one aspect of what we've done to actually try to take some relief off the customers and spread that long-term water supply over a number of years for the people that will enjoy that water. The proposed rate increase this year, and again, this is what we would consider the last of the major rate increases that have happened over time, would be 14% recommended on residential. And then one of the other strategies, just like the spreading out the debt service for Lewis and Clark, is now that Lewis and Clark is a reality, not only is the well field, the treatment plant, and the pipelines, but recently our meter houses were bid, and last commissioning of the pipeline, it's our recommendation to sell the land that the city owns for Slip Up Creek. That was a long-term water supply that was talked back several decades, and the quality and the supply of the Missouri River is much better than that previous plan, and that would be our recommendation for later this year after harvest. A snapshot on where this is at. It is north and east of the city of Sioux Falls. There's a large water surface area, and then to square off that area, today the city of Sioux Falls owns about 16% of the land that would ultimately be required if that reservoir was developed. And again, not only has our team have had concerns, but also state agencies have had concerns with this water supply plan. And so again, now that Lewis and Clark is a viable water system and that the contracts have been let that will deliver water, it's our recommendation. This was a strategy that we also used to essentially exchange this asset of land for cash to further reduce impact on our ratepayers. Last, I won't read all that information to you, but the key is that the city owns 8 of the ultimate 36 parcels that would be needed for that Slip Up Creek property. It is productive land that's close to the city of Sioux Falls that can be put back into taxpayer rolls, and also, I would say, a higher and more productive use. A slide that speaks to when have rate increases occurred over time. This is that rate increase slide, and you'll see that there was a series of small adjustments made between 1985 and 1990. From 1990 to 1992, rates were flat, and then there's been essentially minimal to no increase from 1993 through 2005. And overall, when you look at these level of increases, and as we've always talked, to actually have good, responsible reserve funds, be focusing on a good long-term system, we're prepared for the future. There's been a lot of drivers that get our rates to where they are today. We've enjoyed very, very low water rates for a long period of time, and again, we do see this now stabilizing, but we knew it was going to be an intense 6 to 7 years to get our water rates to where they ultimately need to be to have a very healthy fund and a sustainable water supply. Bottom line slide that you've seen in the past is if we take a snapshot, if a customer actually uses 5,310 gallons, what does this rate increase mean to them? This has been a slide that's been requested of Councilor Brown over the years. And essentially this means an impact or an increase of $3.28 per month. And again, I would tell you that I believe Sioux Falls is ahead of the curve in actually not only identifying their long-term supply, but actually funding it. And this is what I would believe is one of the last large major rate increases. One of the overall slides that we've talked about is light and power, $1.53 per month. Again, there's only 1,600 customers that the light department serves on a residential basis, and the balance are in government agencies to take you up to 2,500. So that's why it's been separated out from the rest. Water and water reclamation, we essentially have about 47,000 customers, and that rate increase that's been proposed earlier in the year for water reclamation is shown at $1.71. The water would have an increase of $3.28, and these do not go into effect until January 1 of 2012. The key is to start about 7 months early so people can prepare, but also so the predicted revenues that are in the 2012 budget are accurate. And with that, I would ask for your support.
Council, would anybody like to set a hearing and second reading from Monday, June 20th at 7 p.m. on item number 13?
So moved, Erpenbach.
Second, Karski.
Councilor Erpenbach has made that motion, seconded by Councilor Karski. Is there any further discussion? A roll call vote, please.
Councilmembers Anderson,
No.
Brown,
Yes.
Entman,
Yes.
Erpenbach,
Yes.
Jamison,
Yes.
Karski,
Yes.
Rolfing,
Yes.
Aguilar.
Yes.
That is passed 7-1. Thank you. Item number 15.
Item number 15 is a resolution approving the special assessment roll for repair, replace concrete driveway and/or sidewalk at various locations.
Good evening, Chad Heavey with the Engineering Division of Public Works. Tonight's resolution will assess 3 properties, a total dollar amount of $5,361.08 for concrete repairs completed under a city contract. The first property is east of 15th Street and Cleveland Avenue. The assessment is $4,480.45. The owner requested the work be completed under a city contract and assessed back to him. The second property is at the corner of 2nd Street and Main Avenue. The assessment is $775.20. And the third property is east of 66th and Sundowner. The assessment is $105.43.
Chad, is there anyone in the audience who wanted to speak to this item that you're aware of?
I'm not aware, but there may be.
Folks, anyone in the audience like to speak to this item? Very good. Thank you. Council, would anybody like to make a motion?
So
Move to
moved.
approve, Brown.
Second, Erpenbach.
Councilor Brown's made that motion, seconded by Councilor Erpenbach. Any further discussion? Thank you. A roll call vote, please.
Councilmembers Anderson,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Entman,
Yes.
Erpenbach,
Yes.
Jamison,
Yes.
Karski,
Yes.
Rolfing,
Yes.
Aguilar.
Yes.
That is passed 8-0. Item 16. I apologize, folks. Item
18.
18.
Item 18 is a resolution approving a joint powers agreement regarding all hazard emergency response of the state regional response teams.
Welcome.
Hi, Mr. Mayor, council members. I'm John Groen, Division Chief of Operations for Fire Rescue. Number 18 is a joint powers agreement between us and the Department of Public Safety for South Dakota and Office of Homeland Security. This basically outlines how we will be deployed, who can do that deployment, how we are demobilized, and reimbursement of costs.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak to this item? Council?
Move to approve, Anderson.
Second, Erpenbach.
Councilor Anderson Jr. has made that motion, seconded by Councilor Erpenbach. Any further discussion? A roll call vote, please.
Councilmembers Anderson?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Entenmann?
Yes.
Erpenbach?
Yes.
Jamison?
Yes.
Karski?
Yes.
Rolfing?
Yes.
Aguilar?
Yes.
That is passed 8-0. Thank you. Item number 20.
Item 20 is a resolution designating the official newspaper for the city of Sioux Falls, South Dakota.
Yes, Deborah?
Pardon me, Mayor and Council, every year the state requires that our city designate the official newspaper for our city. This resolution does just that, and in part, the official newspaper is where the city publishes our notices of city business for the year, to include city council meeting minutes, ordinances, resolutions, bid notices, public expenditures, and much more. Any questions?
Council, would anybody like to, or is there anyone in the audience who'd like to talk to this item? Very good. City Council?
Move to approve, Brown.
Second, Anderson.
Councilor Brown's made that motion, seconded by Councilor Anderson Jr. Any further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Councilmembers Anderson?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Entman?
Yes.
Erpenbach?
Yes.
Jamison?
Yes.
Karski?
Yes.
Rolfing?
Yes.
Aguilar?
Yes.
That is passed 8-0. Item number 21.
Item 21 is a resolution approving transit route modifications.
Deborah, welcome.
Good evening. Deborah Gaikowski, Transit Planner with the City of Sioux Falls. The transit system would like to change 3 of its routes. 2 of the routes are dependent on what you decide on the other route. Route 12 is a route that was started about May 2009. It was started by eliminating half of Route 11. We thought we'd have some good ridership off of that route. We have some educational institutions out in that area, healthcare facilities, but it hasn't quite panned out that way, and we've got about 250 to 300 rides per month. And what it's costing us is approximately $26 per rider to subsidize that route. Typically, our other routes are anywhere from $1.50 to $5 per rider, so it is a considerable amount. So we'd like to eliminate Route 12 and make some improvements to Route 11 and Route 10. Route 10 is an extremely long route. It takes 1 hour to get from the bus stop downtown to the Southwest Center and 1 hour to go back. So we'd like to shorten that up to about a 35-minute route, and in order to do that, we need to make some major modifications to Route 11 to pick up half of Route 10. So all of this can be done if we eliminate Route 12, because we will need those funds for the operating expenses to improve those other 2 routes. So what I'm asking for this evening is your approval to eliminate Route 12 and to improve both Routes 10 and Route 11.
Deborah, thank you. Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak to this item? If you'd come forward, welcome. Miss, come on forward. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Jackie Fink. I work with one of the 3 university campuses impacted by this. I work at Globe University. Like I said, there's 3 campuses, NAU, Globe, and CTU, all on 57th or South. And we're all on Route 12, and we do not want this terminated. First of all, we were not alerted that this was back on the table. I happen to also be on the board for the marketing department for this and was told about it 2 weeks ago. So since then, I've been calling all the businesses on the route, letting them know about this. And today, again, I talked to several, and they had no idea that this was back on the table to be terminated. I also want to bring up the situation, the ridership. I don't know if I've started at Globe a few months ago. I've never been contacted to ask if they could, how we could work together as a group to make this work. I know for a fact that we have people using cab systems because the bus route timings do not work for our students. They need to be there by 8 a.m. The bus route first comes there, I believe, at 9:45. And our classes run until 8 o'clock at night, and they stop running around 5:30, something like that. Also, we have no classes on Friday at all. The bus route still proceeds to go around our university and several other ones. That goes against ridership. Also, Saturday, we have no classes, and again, that bus still runs on that route. I also want to make it clear, we started this bus route because that's the fastest growing area of our city. It's only started a couple years ago. Did we do enough research then? Have we asked why we wanted it? Have we done enough research now why it's not working? One of the reasons, like I said, is the timing of this route. It's not right. I think we need to cooperate and work on this instead of terminating it altogether. Have we talked about amending it, changing it? Like I said, this goes all the way back. There's even more businesses that have opened up since they started this route. Lewis Drug is now on that route. There's several hospitals on this route. I just don't think terminating it is the answer for this. Thank you.
Ms. Fink, thank you. Ms. Santee?
Basically, I would go along with the previous speaker in that this is a half-time route, and most of the services, while the people that it should serve are already at their locations, like the schools people are at classes. If you have an early morning doctor's appointment, you can't make it on the Route 12. Well, they have doctor's appointments out at both hospitals that this route serves. And another point is Route 10, as they proposed it, does not come down to the Southwest Terminal Center. So there's really no easy way to transfer from Route 10 to any of the other routes. And if they're going to start going back to transferring on corners, then why did we waste the money building the Southwest Transfer Center?
Folks, is there anyone else who'd like to speak to this item in the audience? Very good. Deborah, did you have additional comments?
I do.
Please.
I just wanted to let you know that we did meet with all three universities out there, Globe, National American University, and Colorado Tech. And we did propose them implementing some type of student fee to help subsidize the route, but we didn't get any takers on that. Also, there was another comment she mentioned that I wanted to talk about, and I can't quite remember what it was. But so we have met with them, and we did do what we could to get their support.
Council, would anybody like to make a motion?
Question?
Yes, Councilor Entman.
To her comment about the fact that the students need to be there at 8 o'clock in the morning and our buses don't arrive until 9:30, whatever, what do you have to say to that comment?
That was what I wanted to comment on. The way Route 12 was started was by cutting Route 11 in half. So we didn't add anything to our operating expenses. So we don't have the funds to be able to start earlier, or to go later, or to go more often. And their particular university only has school Monday through Thursday, but there is one university out there that does have school on Fridays too.
Councilor Anderson, Jr.
Deborah, this was brought to the council, I believe, a year or two ago. How long have you been working on these changes now? Because we sent it back the first time, I remember.
It hasn't been quite that long. It's been a few months.
Okay.
I think we implemented our first changes in January of this year.
Yes, Councilor Rolfing.
Deborah, I don't think you answered the question about timing early in the morning. Why aren't the buses running? Because I see them running at, 6 o'clock in the morning. Why can't we get students out there at, even with the reroute or whatever from Southwest Transfer earlier in the morning?
Well, on that particular route, as I said, it was started by eliminating half of Route 11, and that is the time that it started, was the 9 o'clock-ish time. And we could make it earlier, but then we would have to end earlier in the day because we only have so much money to provide for that route.
Council, would anybody like to make a motion?
Move to approve Anderson.
Second, Brown.
Councilor Anderson, Jr. has made a motion to approve item number 21, seconded by Councilor Brown. Any further discussion, Council? Yes, Councilor Butt.
I work on that route. I can't go to work on the bus because it doesn't get there anywhere near the working hours time. I understand this route is expensive for us. I also understand that we haven't gone to the lengths that maybe we need to. Jackie's correct in that it's a growing area of town. There are businesses out there. The company I work for has more than 500 people on its campus. Councilor Rolfing's business is out there as well, hundreds of people working there. And as gas prices change and as our economy changes, mass transit is going to be more and more important to Sioux Falls. One of the things that we did through this committee, because it did come through Public Services Committee at one point, or land use, one of our committees, anyway, land use, my apologies, is that we have asked for and obtained federal funding to help us study that grid system to make our transportation system more efficient. I'm going to ask you to vote no on taking away this route. I really support this route, and I think that we need to go after it in a different way and in a better way. But if it goes down, I would then appreciate, and I will bug you about this, that we will go back to this area, that we will, if we take it away now, we need to go back to it later.
Councilor Anderson, Jr.
There are many areas of the city right now that the transit service is not serving. This area here is the furthest south route that we have in the entire city. There's many areas of the southeast area that is growing just as fast that does not have this service either. I do believe that the transit department and our city planner have tried to make this route more successful, and that there is not the ridership out there yet at this time to support that. So I will be voting yes on this, and we'll ask you to support that. But I do expect us to take a very hard look at the grid system to try to improve our transit services in the future.
Roll call vote, please. Councilor Ruffing. A roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Kenny Anderson, Jr.?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Entman?
Yes.
Erpenbach?
No.
Jameson?
Yes.
Karski?
Yes.
Rolfing?
Yes.
Aguilar?
Yes.
That's passed 7-1. Item 22.
Item 22 is a resolution of the City Council supporting the recommendation for the site location of a future event center downtown area.
Councilor Jameson.
Mayor, City Council, the reason that this is on the agenda is because I do believe that due consideration has been given. The administration has done a lot of work to get us a lot of information. We've all thought a lot about this. We've all received a gazillion emails and phone calls. And I think it's just time that we take it off the table and we move on with this discussion and move it down the line. So that's why I put it on the agenda, and I would ask for your support.
Councilor Jameson, thank you. Folks, is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak to this item? If you would, please come forward. Before we start, I did want to just congratulate and thank all of you for staying. It's now it's almost 8 after 10. I want to let the people of Sioux Falls know that we've got at least probably 50 people in here who are ready to speak to this item, or at least are curious about this item, so I commend you all. What we'd ask is that, again, you keep your comments at 5 minutes or less, and if we could just have a line set up, I think that would make this more efficient, if you don't mind. Please continue.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I
senior
could.
had the privileges, so I raced up here first. As the
Thank
senior.
you. Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Mayor, Council. The following cities are about the same size or smaller than Sioux Falls, and that's Redsville, North Carolina, Sioux City, Iowa, Lafayette, Colorado, Supupla, Oklahoma, High Point, North Carolina.
Miss, I apologize. Could I just get your name, please?
I'm sorry, Carol Pagonis, Sioux
Thank
Falls,
you.
South Dakota, semi-retired. The following cities are larger than Sioux Falls: Kansas City, New Raleigh, Minneapolis, Los Angeles, Toronto, Toledo, Mason City, Reno, Miami, and Denver. But each of these cities, in their infinite wisdom, located their successful event centers in the heart of their cities. These cities, according to one of the city managers, knew that to bring people back for return engagements, they needed to offer them more than a drive, a parking spot, an event, and a drive home. Recently, Elton John appeared in Sioux City, Iowa. I know a group of 18 that chartered a bus, got dropped in downtown Sioux City, shopped a couple of hours, ate at Minerva's in Sioux City, walked to the concert, probably dropping about $350 per person. Now, if that were in Sioux Falls at the arena, where would these folks have eaten? Where would they have browsed? And where in the world would they have shopped? Half of the experience would be missing, and half of the tax revenue not collected. The first Event Center Task Force heard the facts, listened to the experts, and unanimously voted for this center to be built downtown, surrounded by great dining, shopping, sculpture walk, the pavilion, First Fridays, movies at Faywick, weekend street musicians, and other events. As that city manager said from Reidsville, North Carolina, we need to give them more of an experience than a drive, a parking spot, an event, and a drive home. The arena site lacks all of these amenities. Where are the windows to browse in? Where are the shops to shop in? Where are the sidewalks to stroll on? And where is the outside dining, art, or music for our visitors to enjoy? I know of one large convention that will not return to Sioux Falls, South Dakota, not because the arena wasn't able to meet their needs, and not because we lacked adequate housing, but because there was absolutely nothing to do. With today's uncertain economy, now is not the time to experiment on possible prospective growth in an area that has not shown growth in 50 years, instead of an area that has proven growth and development as downtown. A quick scan of the property values in these locations give a very clear picture of where development exists and where it does not exist. I hope then on our zeal to have an event center that we might not make a tragic mistake on the location. I will not be supporting a site at the arena. Councilors and Mayor, thank you again for being so gracious as to allowing me an opportunity to speak.
Great job. Thank you. Next. Ms. Senti.
Personally, I prefer a downtown location since mass transit terminates in downtown and people would have access to mass transit during the day to attend centers at an events, to attend events at the event center. Whereas at the arena, it's served by just the number 6 bus line, and the bus stops are not accessible out there. And again, personally, I can wheel downtown and attend a nighttime event where I can't do it out at the arena.
Ms. Senti, thank you. Next. Welcome.
Honorable Mayor, council members, I am Jeff Parker, 3003 West Oak Street in Sioux Falls. For 60 years, our family had a moving business within 1 block of the very center of town. Then, in 1970, city government forced Parker Transfer to leave downtown as a business that was not compatible with the dream for revitalizing that downtown. We moved to the Airport Industrial Park at a huge expense, and we did so knowing that we were part of that great future for downtown Sioux Falls. We watched with anticipation as the city erected a pedestrian mall on Phillips Avenue, and then heartbreak as we saw that mall fail, ending in the removal of the mall. Now, 40 years later, we see an opportunity, a chance to rekindle that dream with the Events Center. And where are you discussing building it? In the industrial park. What irony for this to be happening to us today. Along with a lot of other Sioux Falls folks, old line Sioux Falls, I supported and worked for the revitalization of downtown through the rehab of the Washington High School as the pavilion is today. I do support the location of the Event Center downtown. I will not support any funding appropriation or any funding attempt to build it at the convention center or arena site.
Ms. Parker, thank you. Next.
My name is Susan Scott. I was on the first task force and on the site committee of that task force, along with one of our honorable President Councilman. We all had an agenda for that site as we came into that committee. Some were bound and determined it should be at Interstate 29 and 90. Some thought south of 229. Few thought it should be at the Zip Feed, which is now the Serapa Place, the current site that we want it now, downtown. And some thought it should be by the arena. After 9 months of study and reports from the city regarding the traffic and the parking and other issues, we voted unanimously to recommend a downtown site. The only change from that task force that I can see from this last task force is somewhere it was decided, for whatever reason, we needed more flat floor space. What good is more flat floor space if we have fewer conventions because there is nothing to do out there and no place to go for any fun and entertainment? Consequently, no increase in sales tax for our city. Thank you very much.
Ms. Scott, thank you very much. Next. Welcome.
My name is Ann Knipe, and I'm sure most of you have either made up your mind, or there may be one that's waffling, but I'm going to try to just put my face to my experience. I went to SDSU, and at the time I graduated, the slogan was, "You can go anywhere from here." And my husband and I did that. We left the state of South Dakota. We left the place we grew up. We went to the New York City area for a year and a half. Then we went to Milwaukee. And we've been back about a year now, and I get asked very frequently, how do you like being back here? And I have a really difficult time answering that, because we gave up everything that we enjoyed being where we were, but we did that to be back by our family. And I think that it would be great to have a place where we can have our family and have entertainment. As a wife, I'd like to spend a night out with my husband. As a mother, I'd like to be able to take my son and do different things. As I was finishing my maternity leave, I was laid off, so I firsthand know what this economy is like, the job market, and I think that given where the arena is now and the development, or maybe the lack of potential that we saw there, I would really like to see something that produces more jobs, gives us something to go on. There's a platform there that we can kind of jump off of, and I'd like to see that. My husband's family, all the siblings in his family except for one left here. I left here, my sister left here, my brother stayed. I'd like to see this used as a recruitment tool, create something that there is to stay here for. I worked for a company in Milwaukee that is on Fortune's top 100 best places to work, and I've been involved in the recruitment process for that company, and I see how they use the things in that city, the lifestyle, the activities, they use that as a recruitment tool. And I would like to see more people stay here. Most of my friends, my family, my siblings have left here, and so that's just my experience, and I'd like you to consider that in your decision.
Thank you, Ms.
Thanks.
Knipe. Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and city councilors. My name is Carol Tweed. I live at 4302 South Minnesota Avenue. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for the public service that you perform in this community. I know a couple of things about your job. Number one, it's not easy, and it takes a great deal of time and energy and personal sacrifice, and certainly this late night is proof of all of that. So I do thank you. I watch every move that you make, every issue that you tackle. I always have, and I always will. But this is the very first time that I have ever stood in front of you to, yes, lobby you. To build our brand new event center in downtown Sioux Falls is just so very important to me. There are lots and lots of reasons to support the downtown location, but most important, of course, is the reality of economic and business impact. Yesterday, I sent you all an email, and I told you about the days when I, like you do today, attend the monthly city-county school board meetings that are held on Wednesday mornings at the Pavilion at Leonardo's. During the time a decade and a half ago when the convention center was under construction, city staff hosted those meetings a couple of times at the construction site so that we could learn about the project and what it would do to grow our economy and our tax base. We were told with great enthusiasm and a lot of confidence that we would not recognize that area of town in a decade because business and commerce would follow. Yes, that is what the studies showed at that particular time. Surely there would be restaurants and bars and coffee houses and swell boutiques for people to enjoy who would be breezing into town to attend a convention. Please do understand that I support and I'm very proud of the convention center. But the predictions about that great stuff were wrong, very wrong. But interestingly and incredibly, those exciting predictions did happen in the decade and a half following the opening of the convention center. Everything predicted did happen, but just not there in downtown Sioux Falls. The restaurants, the bars, the coffee shops, and the swell boutiques, and much, much more. I believe that it is also important to consider some intangibles at the end as you discuss the event center location and make that decision. What constitutes a community sense of pride, a sense of place, a sense of optimism? Falls Park does that for us. I lived here for a decade and didn't even realize that Falls Park existed. When my kids were teenagers, it was a scary place and no one went there. And last year, over 400,000 people visited that park, and it is the pride of the city. Sculpture Walk does that for us. Artists who came here from all over the world a few weeks ago were stunned by downtown, its beauty, its hospitality, and its vitality. And there's so much more to come. The beautiful Greenway, opening up 16 acres of prime real estate where the railroad tracks will go away. More lofts and apartments so that people can enjoy downtown full time. In conclusion, I am reminded of what someone told me as I struggled with a tough issue while I was on the county commission. He said this, and I quote, "You must examine the past if you are going to have a clear vision for the future." Looking at the past, was the convention center located at the best possible site? I don't think so. I believe the convention center was not appropriately located to maximize visitor enjoyment, to maximize business opportunities, or to maximize tax revenues. Let's not make the same mistake today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your service. Next. Welcome.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members. My name is Casey Marshall. I had the privilege of serving on the very first city council a few years ago for 2 terms, and then with the state legislature. And like you, I know what it's like to be the one who must weigh opinions, facts, the voices of the powerful and those who are rarely heard, who must guard against political gamesmanship, in some cases deal-making, or arm-twisting. And in the end, be the one who puts your name and your reputation on the line. Not your friends, not those who would lobby, but your name and your reputation on that vote. It takes courage. Were I in your shoes today, I could not in good conscience support the arena site for the Sioux Falls Event Center. You see, I grew up in Sioux Falls, went to dances on the river ramp, there might be a few who remember that, and dances at the Coliseum, and basketball games at the brand new arena. Now, after the games, there really wasn't much to do. There wasn't anything in the area. It was a bit dangerous to go darting across all of those lanes of traffic, although on occasion we would. But the thought was, give it time. It will come. It didn't. And then fast forward a few decades, and I sat where you sit on the Sioux Falls City Council. And I was there as the convention center was taking shape. And it was exciting. And again, good people believed that investing in the arena would spur development. It didn't, not in that area. And so, to me, it boils down to this. It makes no sense to do the same thing over and over and expect a different result. I urge you tonight to learn from the past and invest in the future of Sioux Falls. I urge you to reject the arena site and vote to support the downtown location for the Sioux Falls Event Center and the future of Sioux Falls. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Marshall, thanks, and thank you for your service. Next.
Hello, I'm Christy Averson, and I have never been to this many city council meetings ever. And to me, it's exciting, someone being a young professional actually getting involved in something that I am so passionate about. And that's the only reason why I've come to the meetings, and that is the event center downtown. I'm a lot like Ann. I was actually part of an advertising campaign for Stay Close, Go Far, and I left. I went to Arizona, went to California, but really wanted to come back to Sioux Falls, South Dakota, but really had a hard time coming back to suburbia. I've been living downtown for 2 years since I've moved back, and I love it. I remember how dangerous it was when my friends and I would once a summer loop around downtown. By the way, thanks for getting rid of that. And I can only urge you to please realize that I don't want to go to a concert at the arena. I want to go downtown. I want to go to the bars. I want to go to the piano bar. I want to go to the library. I want to go what downtown has to offer. And I will not support a convention center, or excuse me, an event center at the arena site. So please, this is my voice and my future, and it is in your hands. Thank you.
Christy, thank you. Next.
Hello, David Billion from Sioux Falls. I know there's a big decision to be made tonight, $100 to $120 million decision. That's the biggest decision I think that any of you have probably ever made. You get one chance. When this thing's built, you don't move it. And don't make a mistake. A couple of things that came through the whole process to mind is experience. That's what everyone's talking about. People will return to an event if they have a good experience. The experience isn't inside the event center. It's not the event. The event is much more than just what happens inside those four walls. Some of you know that. Some of you don't. You that don't may make the wrong decision. A couple of things that came up through ACOM, and their whole study is they're studying it, and they're asking people questions that really are answering the questions the way that they want to see it. They want to see it happen. They have nothing but to gain from seeing an event center happen. When they put down that there are going to be 34 events and 3,500 people at each one of those 34 events, I've asked counselors, I've asked the mayor, I've asked the convention center head. No one can give me 2 or 3 names that may fill in that 3,500 population that's going to go to these events. They talk about flat floor space. They don't talk about event center. And first time I approached all of you, except for maybe one, was don't put a $100 million project out there to take care of a $13 million problem. And that's what it seems like it's happening here. You say that convention business is so strong? Great, go after it. Build your extra 15,000 square feet, 20,000 square feet of flat floor space. I did get one note on the email saying Pheasants Forever would like to come to Sioux Falls. Then I actually saw this flyer that came from last year when it was at the Quest Center in downtown Omaha. They had 20,000 people. We've got 1,800 hotel rooms here. I'm sorry. I don't think we can handle 20,000 people here for that. Another thing that came up was there was a lot of rhetoric back and forth. This is a passionate deal. It's a lot of money. And maybe the timing isn't all good. There were some ethical questions about one of the counselors being able to, he had property next to it, and Jim, he ended up bringing it to, or he didn't, but he ended up winning. And the ethics people ended up saying, yeah, there's no problem. Let him go ahead and vote on it, because even if the event center happens, property value is not going to go up. It hasn't in 50 years out there. What do you think is going to change? Nothing's going to change if you build that thing out there. The other thing that kind of just perplexes me is they say that they have this donor. You want to raise $24 million or $34 or $50 million or whatever it is, and you want to put money to study this. How about picking up the phone and just asking people? I've talked to a few people that are in the business community, that are well into the business community, have been here second, third, fourth generation people. Their roots are here. They will not support the arena site. They flat out have told me that they will give a substantial amount of money for downtown, but they won't give $1 to the arena site. And you can put me on that list. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pine. Next.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, my name is Kadir Awera. I'm resident of the City of Sioux Falls since 1977. First of all, I like to say this city needs event center. It's sad our young people is going to Sioux City or going to Fargo Dome, which is outside Fargo Dome, I call it, and spending our tax money to different city. City Ice Sport Event Center. But ladies and gentlemen, downtown is a place for it, not arena place. I don't understand how we spending $110 million fixing the all arena and carrying some building we spend money or really take the wall and make it a little bigger and call it event center. I just don't understand that part. Second, we have a beautiful event center for many, many years. I said that a couple of weeks ago. What development got after that in there? None. None. In downtown, every day we're building something new. I think this city needs something beautiful for the future. And a lot of time in the city of Sioux Falls, I hear a lot of people talking about young generation and young people. But how many of us sit with the young people in this city to get their opinion about the event center? How many meetings we have those organizations to representing the youth, the city of Sioux Falls, to ask their opinion? And one thing is bothering me as a citizen of this community. We're spending $400,000 bringing people outside the city of Sioux Falls to tell us what we can do, what we cannot do, which I believe in this city of Sioux Falls we have a lot of dedicated people. We have a lot of smart people to make a decision for our community, not bringing somebody from outside, which a couple of people I hear, they email them to ask information. They said, well, we got paid for what we done, and we give report to city council and city mayor, and that's our job. I said, use that money in the local people in city of Sioux Falls. And I know there's a lot of rumors going on, 4 and 4, going to be vote tonight, and I'm not going to be politically correct, and mayor going to break the tie. Ladies and gentlemen, either side if you vote 4 and 4, make sure you vote for a future of city of Sioux Falls, for a future of this community, not politically I scratch your back, vote for me, and next deal I vote for you. Another comment I want to make, about a couple months ago with the report coming out, one of the people we pay money for, if I quote it correctly, and August leader said, all the project I involved with, few of them built it outside downtown. They regretted after 2-3 years they built it outside downtown. But those projects they involved with, built it in downtown and heart of the town, they never have a complaint and said, we made a mistake. So ladies and gentlemen, this is an issue of the future of Sioux Falls, and we're talking about $100 million. Our downtown is growing every single day. And I mentioned that a couple of weeks ago. We have one restaurant and arena 5 times open and closed because nobody going there. Nobody going there. So I encourage you, vote for what is right, not because somebody tell you to vote for this issue. Because the future of $100 million should be a new building, not the old building we fixed and still nobody going there. So as a citizen, again, I encourage you to vote in your own way, not be for and for. And at the same time, I've been in a lot of meetings, there's a lot of criticism of each side. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an issue of Sioux Falls, and I don't think we should be disrespect to each other's opinion. We should be focused on what's right for the city of Sioux Falls. Thank you.
Mr. Ware, thank you. Next.
Steve Metley. I am retired and retired again, and just can't seem to stay away from this place. I enjoyed Quitter's comments because I think they're right on. We're going to be spending $120 million. This city has never spent $120 million on a project ever before in its history. And I think we want to be able to, when we spend that 120, we want to be able to learn from what other communities have already learned, and also what we've learned here in Sioux Falls with the history of the arena site. I think that if we do that and look at the study that's been done and realize the economic impact this facility can have on the community, we in good conscience would vote for the downtown site. 15 years ago, I was the project manager for the convention center construction. I worked with the committee and I worked with Terry Ellis Schmidt, and we had great expectations. One of the reasons we built the convention center on that site, we were excited about the potential for flat floor space and the arena. And that need, the need for, was never that significant, and when we did need it, a lot of the times the arena was busy. And I just have a feeling we're going to run into the same situation now when we build a new event center, if we build it out on that site. When I was project manager of that site, one of the decisions we made was to take Western Avenue and move it all the way around that site. I don't know how many of you remember how Western Avenue used to bisect the site. Well, we decided that was pretty dangerous for people trying to cross Western Avenue to go to an event. So we spent many, many, many millions of dollars, probably over $5 million, buying property, relocating the street, and moving it around and building a new intersection on Russell so that people using the 65-acre civic center that we had would not have to worry about crossing a 4-lane arterial street. Well, now we're proposing to build parking across that 4-lane arterial street. It's wider now, it's faster, and it's much more dangerous. And we're also proposing that it cross Madison Street. People would cross Madison Street, which is a neighborhood collector street, also carries traffic. And I think that's taking a step backwards in that site from what we tried to achieve 15 years ago. I think if you were looking at this as a private developer proposing this to you, you would not approve it because of that danger. We're also proposing to remove much of the site landscaping that we established 15 years ago when we built the convention center so that we can pack more parking in there and build more asphalt surface, which again I think is a backward step for that area. And finally, I think the building that we're proposing to build completely bisects that site. It's a 65-acre site. About half the parking is on one side of the building and half is on the other. One of the synergies that makes that civic center work for us is that if you come in on the east side and the parking's not available because of a ball game or an event at the arena, you can drive around to the other side without going out onto streets. The proposal as it is now, people coming in on the east side not finding a parking space, got to drive back out onto Western Avenue, which is already congested when there's an event going on, creating more congestion and ruining really the synergy of that entire 65-acre site. You're really making all that wonderful parking we have a lot less available depending on whose venue is having a big event. So I think it's a big mistake to do that. My final comment is, back when we did the convention center, we put in new parking. We added about 800 parking spaces. And we felt we were at the very minimum out there of parking that we could have for all of the uses that we have on the site, the arena, the convention center, the football field, and the baseball field. And it turns out this we're proposing, I think it's the last parking plan I saw showed a net increase of something like 500 parking spaces, and we're adding 12,000 seats. I don't know how that adds up as making sense. You're going to have 36,000 potential seats out there, and you're going to have 3,800 parking spaces. That's 9 people per car if everybody decides to fill up. I don't think that's going to work. This whole thing is not about downtown, Mike. That's one of the things I wanted to tell you. It's not about downtown. It's about the community and the good of the community and where a civic center being built can do the community the most good. And even your study that was done pointed out, without even looking at excise taxes or sales taxes, that the revenues generated putting the event center downtown in economic development were 8 times greater than what they would be out at the arena site. I think when Carol was talking earlier about there has to be something to do. Well, there's not going to be that kind of economic development happen out in the arena site just because of the nature of the area, where if it were in the downtown area, where we have restaurants, theaters, museums, pavilions, sculpture walk, the falls, a river walk, these visitors that we bring into Sioux Falls are going to want to come back to Sioux Falls because those are our namesakes. Those are our cultural strengths, and they will get out of their cars and enjoy the museum or enjoy a theater. And they will then go to a show and go to a restaurant afterwards. It is only natural, and I think Lincoln, Nebraska just discovered that. When they did their news story, you'd have think we scripted it. And it was a marvelous look at a community that went through the same thing that hopefully we're going through, and hopefully there is room for more discussion. And hopefully we can step back a little bit and make a decision about taking a look at downtown. So I'm with a lot of the other speakers that spoke here tonight. I won't be supporting a $120,000 million mistake in the convention center area because I've seen it happen before, and it did not work. So,
Mr. Bentley, thank you, and thanks for your service. Thank you. Next. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Nancy Savage, and I am from Sioux Falls, grew up here, and have so many fond memories of downtown Sioux Falls from way back, riding my bike down to Hubbard's Cupboard, to the library, to dance lessons. My family had a business downtown for years, and so I did what many of the people tonight had said, moved away, and lived in many great cities where they had many great event centers. But I, too, wanted to move home to be close to my family and also to start a business. And I knew right away where I wanted that business to be. I wanted it to be in downtown Sioux Falls. I knew that was the place for it. And I love being home. I love being in Sioux Falls. But I really feel that Sioux Falls is so close to just getting to the next level. And I feel that an event center would do that if it were in downtown Sioux Falls. The many places that I lived, I know were not Houston, Los Angeles, Indianapolis, but I really feel that we can get there, that we can be close to having the events that will bring and keep people in Sioux Falls. I want my daughter to be able to stay here and to grow up here and not want to leave. I want her to stay here and have opportunities in Sioux Falls. I obviously have a rooted interest in having an event center downtown, and I won't deny that, but I still believe that an event center downtown is in the best interest of the city. Mr. Mayor, from what I've read today, I understand that the decision may come down to your final vote, and I just want you to remember our conversation that we had on Phillips Avenue when you were campaigning. Thank you for listening to what I have to say, and I appreciate that all of that you do for Sioux Falls and all of the residents. I love the city, I love being home, and I want the best for Sioux Falls, and I feel that the best is to have it built downtown.
Ms. Savage, thank you, and it's good to have you home. Next.
Well, I'm going the other way. I want it over at the event center at the arena. I'm Jean Hazing.
Thank you, Jean.
You know, we're going to build a nice structure, and if we build it downtown, my big question is, where are they going to go? How are they going to get in and out of our downtown area? Have you tried to go down there when there's a pavilion event? Have you tried to go down there during rush hour? And is the site where you're going to put the convention center over there really close enough to walk to downtown? We have South Dakota winters. Tell me how they're going to get there. I know downtown wants business, so does 41st Street, so does east side of town. If you do it near an interstate, in those places where they said they built it downtown, like Omaha, I was just there, it's right off of the interstate. Of course it's a great in and out. Where's the interstate downtown? It's not there. Somebody comes from Mitchell, has to take 3 hours to get outside of downtown to watch a concert. Are they going to come back? I doubt it. Are they going to spend time downtown? No, because they can't even find a parking spot because it's backed up as far as it is. The convention center now where it sits has had a lot of great people trying to book the place. It has had good conventions in town, not the great big ones that you're going to get if you get the new event center. But how many times has the trolley from downtown tried to get their business? How many times have they rode up to the convention center and said, okay, sign up. We'll be here to pick you up at 6 o'clock when your meetings are over. We'll bring you back at 9. Come on downtown. Not once. Why aren't they using the resources they have now? I know that if I was going to travel to a concert or to a meeting, no, it's not going to be what's going to be outside because I'm going to have a rental car, I'm going to take a cab, or I'm going to go downtown, or I'm going to go to the mall. If I came to town with 8 people in the bus, I'm going to stop in the mall before I get to the event center and enjoy myself. So yes, we still are going to get those revenues. And it's, you know, I have people here tonight saying, you know, I'm not going to vote for it if it's not in this spot. Well, then you're really not for Sioux Falls because it's going to bring the revenues in for every business in this town, and it's going to help us all grow, create jobs, help our tax base. So, you know, no matter where you build it, I want it at the current arena site, but I will vote for it no matter where it goes because I know what it's going to do to bring revenue into our town. Thank you, guys.
Ms. Hazing, thank you. Next. Welcome.
Thank you, Congress. Thank you, Mayor. Alan Olson from Salem, South Dakota, representing small towns. They want it right where it's at. They got farm shows. They got circuses coming in and all of that. One of the bus drivers told me from one of the small towns today, he called 15 buses. Can they fit in downtown? I don't know. That's up to you guys. You have to count that. You have to count the senior citizens. They don't want to walk downtown. They want to get in the car, get going, go home, get something to eat someplace, but they just don't want to walk downtown. They're afraid. They're old. They're wheelchairs. They're handicapped. They want someplace where they can get in and get out of the arena real quick. I don't know if it's the downtown is the answer. I'm not going to say one way or the other. I'm just representing the small towns and senior citizens. So I really appreciate it, and thank you so much for everything. Thank you.
Ms. Olson, thanks for coming to Sioux Falls, and thanks for your testimony. Next. Welcome, sir.
You having fun yet?
Yes. For the people back home, it's now 10:50, and the gentleman, your name, sir? Your name, sir?
Rex Lally.
Mr. Lally just asked the city council if we're having fun. Mr. Lally, thank you. Go right ahead.
And I thought it was going to be a rose in the thorn bush here, but we did have a couple others come up here. I'm for out where it should be, out by the arena. And, you know, I was born and raised here. And spent most of my life here, but about, if you total up the time, maybe 40 years. That's getting to be quite a while. In fact, I'm getting to be one of those 1930 models that are, so that is what I am. One thing I'm happy about is that all the elected officials who are on the council will be able to vote tonight. I'm happy about that. That's the way it should be. Now, I go to many sports events, to the Summit basketball tournament, the state basketball tournaments, Howard Wood real often. Retired now, I'm able to do that. I've also, in my life and the work I did for many, many years, that I spent a lot of time out at the convention center and the arena. I started working home shows out at the arena before the convention center. I get a kick. And by the way, it's explained what an event day is, and to these people mostly. I was there. I heard it. And part of that will be the increased usage by the home show or the sports show and those. That's an event day because of a different facility. We understand. I see the shaking of the heads. I think you folks, I would like to see you understand that too. By the way, Vernon, Mr. Brown, you asked earlier, what you can walk to from this site, the arena site. I might mention a few. By the way, and I remember when that was a field out there. Actually, the name Lakeside Dairy comes from that area. Do you know that? It was, we drove through it on the fenders of cars to get ice cream at West Sioux Hardware, or West Sioux Grocery. Anyway, long before World War II. What you can walk to there, it'd be Terrace Park, beautiful park. There's the Chinese gardens over there. The Koval Lake is beautiful. The band concerts, somebody mentioned music, the band concerts at Terrace Park, and the water park and pool. How about the Veterans Memorial Park? Beautiful thing down there, honoring the veterans. I don't know if many of you have realized, that I do every once in a while, realize the beauty, probably maybe from one old uncle of mine who has now passed away, talking about 4th of July picnics in Elmwood Park. Not the golf cart, the park. And the beautiful, beautiful, large, towering trees in that park. Got some kids' ball. You could walk to that. Someone was mentioning walking and getting in shape. I could do more. But that'd be good for the people to do. So that's there. How about right in the area, a 27-hole golf course with a driving range? If the guys want to get the clubs, walk across the street, and they could do that. They also have in the Ramkota Inn, right next door, they have a pool and an arcade. Terrace Park has a pool in the whole water area. People could participate in. Not too far away is a sports bowl. Let's not forget that. Go down and bowl a couple lines. They have an arcade area, restaurant, bar. There's a whole bunch that you could go to. And for those people who keep talking about the lack of trying to avoid using names, but the lack of development in the area, and just a few that comes to mind. How about the Sheridan? Now, probably don't go to motels much in Sioux Falls. The events maybe a little bit. But I think probably still the premier hotel in Sioux Falls is the Sheraton. Wouldn't you think so? With the beautiful falls inside running, large restaurant and everything else, attached to the convention arena center. Attached right to it, bar and lounge inside there. Mentioned the Ramcota Inn. One fellow mentioned, well, that was at one of the media, anyway, about walking, going down and eating a lunch or a dinner and walking to an event. How about the restaurants in the Sheraton or the Ramada or Ramcota right across the street? Then as far as facilities, the Sioux Falls Inn is there, the Arena Hotel, the Barmark Inn, Motel 6, Kelly, I think Kelly's still out there. To eat, Buffalo Wings, Wild Wings. Nutty's, a very successful place in the south part of town, moving up there in a building that hasn't been empty. We keep hearing about one. How about the corners downtown that have been empty and full and empty and full? Jono's is near there. Now, the Rolling Pin's a little ways away, but those folks owned that I know of 35 years. Same Randy and Dawn, 35 years. So apparently they know what they're doing. Burger King isn't too far away. Casa del Rey, one of the nicest Mexican restaurants in town with a bar, within walking distance. Crackpot a little ways away. Madison Square I got. But there's a Subway.
Thank you. You're doing a great job. Just wanted to see if you would...
hurry up.
Well,
I've been told. There's just a whole list of places. Now, what? Pardon me, Mayor.
Absolutely not. Keep going.
Others have tried. Others have tried.
I have so many memories of my new job, and I just have another one right there. That's fantastic.
You know, another thing I'd like to have you folks do, when you leave here tonight, we're right downtown. Go get a cup of coffee. Go get a hamburger. Don't drive out downtown tonight. You're talking about leaving an event and getting something. There's people downtown. There's convention places downtown now, and you can't do it. What I wanted to point out here, too, is I think this is interesting. Here's a sheet that I ran off the internet, and it has on it facts and myths. Now, as one of the facts, it says 6th, 10th, and 12th Street, as well as Minnesota Avenue, which is true. 12th Street doesn't even go all the way through downtown, are 4-lane streets. Now, 6th Street is for 5 blocks. So that makes me wonder. It says here that downtown would be closer to the interstates. Well, from the arena site to I-29 at Russell Street is 1.4 miles. That's by my speedometer. Could be an error, but it'd be an error for any of the trips, right? The same amount. To Madison's 1.6 miles. The closest to the Chapa.
Mr. Lally, I truly apologize. You've done a great job.
1.8.
You've done a great job trying to inform the City Council that there are amenities as well as businesses near the Arena Convention Center site. I think you've done a commendable job on that. Was there another point you wanted to make? You've actually been going just quite a bit over that 5 minutes.
Yeah, have I? I'm sorry.
That's okay.
There is, one thing, this might take a difference. The difference in dollar values in the operating impact for the arena site would be $16,444 by the experts deal in the year 2016.
Yes, sir.
Employment would earn $3,179 more. Anyway, you take the difference in these figures.
Yes,
it's
sir.
right on there, page 56. Let's take in one area they use just one small area of it. You take the whole thing plus $6 million less to build. You're going to have an impact with those all together, $26,747.
Mr. Lally, thank you very much.
You save a lot of money out there.
Great job.
You've got a fiduciary responsibility.
Yes, sir.
Folks.
Mr. Lally, thank you so much.
The dollars are the other way.
Great job. Thank you, sir.
Mr.
Next.
Mayor? Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
It has been 2 hours since we had a stretch break. Can we have 5 minutes, please?
Team, I apologize. All right, we will take a break for 5 minutes. We will resume this at 11:05 promptly. Thank you.
The City Council meeting will resume in 60 seconds.
Yeah, buddy.
Do you need another water, Mayor?
No, I'm fine, thank you. Are we,
Yeah, we're ready whenever you're ready.
We're ready?
Yeah.
got the council. No, I see. Thank you very much. It's great to have everybody here. It's now 11:05. Just want to let the people of Sioux Falls know we still have a packed house that's engaged in this critical topic for your city. Sioux Falls, you should be very, very proud. Let's continue the dialogue. Same rules. Try to keep it under 5 minutes if you can. Just introduce yourself to the council, sir. Welcome.
Carter Christensen. I just wanted to make a note of some information that I found online and through the AECOM reports. It's important for me to emphasize how much of an impact a facility that we are wanting to build in the city can have. The experts, according to the report, said that there's an estimate of $30,000 in new city property tax revenues from the spinoff development that could potentially happen at the arena location. However, it's hard for me to believe, at least when there's been no spinoff development, with all the money and facilities we've been putting in, I guess, in the past couple of decades. There's been no development and, I guess, no really extra revenue that I can see that's had a major impact recently. The experts also estimate that there's almost $230,000 in new city property tax revenues from the spinoff development that would happen with the downtown site. In the report, it also says that they do not include other tax impacts that would be captured by other public bodies, such as the school district, county, state, etc., other bodies of government. Taking those experts' numbers that the mayor says he's listening to the experts, you get almost 700% more money that's being brought in as revenue. It's tough for me, students, and parents within our school district to see some people who lead our city ignore that extra revenue potential that could be coming into our school system. We're already facing a budget cut, so I don't know. I guess it just really got to me. A lot of parents go out and vote in elections, and seeing that some city leaders are against an option that could help fund our schools even more could be taken as a shot against our students, families, and parents as well. Downtown is the option that will help the school district and the city, especially during these times of budget cuts. Finally, I'd also like to make mention that I would have hoped that some city leaders, I know the mayor said that he's concerned about senior voters and some people from out of town coming in, that we would have taken the time before this process to find out information and to educate those senior citizens and those those people that perhaps some city leaders are concerned about. I feel like we haven't taken the time to find a way to educate those people. We've been saying, or I've heard leaders say before that, we have those senior citizen voters that come out and, they're going to vote for this and only that. But I think it would have been maybe leaders' jobs to come up with a plan to educate those senior citizen voters that might come out in exponential amounts with facts. So this center is going to affect the next generation, and so I would have liked to see that happen. Thank you.
Next.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Dave Syverson, 1005 North Savannah Drive, and I'm going to utter 3 words that you guys have been dying to hear, and that is, I will be brief.
Thanks, David.
Not a problem. Been up here a few times. You guys all know where I'm at on this thing. But I also have a letter in my hand here that we've circulated, our group, Build It Downtown. Andy's nice enough to hand out a copy of
Sir,
it.
you just hand him right there to the side.
Yeah.
Just
This letter's been signed by over 100 business leaders in town, basically stating a lot of the things that you've heard already and that you're hearing tonight. Several of these people were here earlier tonight, and they're not here now. I don't think they were ready for the marathon, but we are. We are ready for the marathon, and we as a city, we can do this. And if we do it right, this project can be the signature project for the next generation. I think you're also going to hear some people tonight that are going to tell you that Sioux Falls can't do this project or shouldn't do this project. And I think when you really look at a lot of the potential for downtown and what it could mean to the bottom line for the city over the next generation, what you come back with is a tale of two returns on investment. There's good and there's better. And if we go for good, or if we go for just build it, or if we go for the quickest and easiest option, I think we shortchange this city for a generation. And unfortunately, if in doing that, it might just make what all the naysayers say come true. I don't want to see that happen. I want to see us reach for something that most people a while ago probably didn't think we could ever do. And that's have the courage and the strength to make the tough decision to build this thing downtown and reap the benefits for the next generation. Thank you so much.
Mr. Simon, thank you. Great job. Next.
Good evening, Andy Traub. We talked about three things a lot in this process: vision, business acumen, and common sense. And I'm just going to talk about each one of those briefly, very briefly. The vision for Sioux Falls is the Falls, Sioux Falls. It was a dump. I moved here, it's not a dump anymore. It's a place I love to take my children. That's vision. I don't see that here. I see building on something that already exists, that has a parking lot. We're going to change some streets. We're going to take out some grass, take out some trees, force me to take my 3-year-old and 2-year-old across a 5-lane street to go to see Curious George. That's not vision. I think that's the easy way. That's building it now, which is the name of the new group that's forming. Why don't we build it right instead of building it now? Business acumen. Business acumen means that we ask the most qualified person in the state of South Dakota for their input on the report, and that's Terry Ellis Schmidt. She's in charge of booking long-term events at the event center. She's the most qualified person in the state of South Dakota, and she was not asked for input on this report. That is appalling to me. It's inexcusable. It makes the report completely invalid. She's the most qualified person in the state, and she wasn't asked. Common sense. Common sense says you have to do things the South Dakota way. And I know what your background is, Mayor. I know you used to work. In South Dakota, we pay for things, and we have a plan to pay for things. We don't charge it. I feel like we're charging this one. We're okay with the debt. I'm not okay with the debt. I'm not okay with my kids paying for that debt. Vision, business acumen, common sense. I don't see any of those things in this plan. This is beyond numbers. We're gut check time. It's late. This plan lacks all three of those things. I hope you make the right decision.
Mr. Traub, thank you. Next.
My name is Linda Watts, and I manage the 10,000 Villages store downtown, so I do have a vested interest in this. But I want to direct my comments to the mayor tonight, and I'm here to remind you that during your campaign, you stopped in my store downtown, and this is what you said: I will do everything I can to get an event center built downtown.
That is untrue.
You then shook my hand, and I
said
believed
convention
you.
center.
You have denied ever saying
I said conference
that,
rooms.
but the truth is you did.
Miss, I'm not going to let you continue.
You not
Point
only
of order.
said
This is not a debate, Mr. Mayor.
that to me, but you also said the same thing to Juanita Larson at Home Porch and to Dick Murphy at Mrs. Murphy's Gifts, and maybe to others as well. So I'm asking you to keep your word, build the event center downtown. If you do not, your word is not good, and neither is your handshake, and don't say thank you to me.
Very good. Thank you.
Don't say thank you to me.
Next.
Mr. Mayor, member of the City Council, thanks for having us out here tonight. Ben Elias, resident of Sioux Falls. Before I start, I'm just going to preface with this. I agree with what a lot of the sentiment here is tonight. We need to get this built, whether it's built downtown whether it's built at the current site that it's currently at. It needs to happen. And for people to come up and to say, build it downtown or do not build it, I think that shows short sight. I think that we need to do this as a city, but it's been said time and time again, let's do this right. Let's not repeat our mistakes. Let's put thought and effort that we've worked on this for the last several months into this. One point that I think, in my opinion, and in living here, came here from the city of Minneapolis, so unlike some, I left my home state and came here, and it's been great. My biggest concern with the downtown site would just be the logistics, the traffic, the parking. Going downtown to eat lunch about 3-4 times a week. I love downtown. It's a great area. We've done an excellent job since I came here in 2001 to attend Augustana with revitalizing Falls Park, with the sculpture walk, with the Phillips to the Falls, all that. We've done an excellent job to attract more people down here. Let's do that. Let's keep them here. I think by having it downtown, the traffic, the parking would cause them not to come back. You get large events. We had a gal here earlier speak tonight and say that with the current site, there's some events that will not be coming back because of lack of things to do. I think you will have that same problem downtown. They will not return because of lack of parking, lack of traffic, and the amount of time that it takes to get from the city back to the outskirts of town. I think you can still draw people with what we have here from the arena area to our downtown after the events are done. Thank you.
I do thank you. Next.
I'd like to first thank Mayor Huther and all the city council members for the opportunity to speak.
It's our pleasure.
And I simply want to remind everyone here to think about the future of the city, the future of my generation, and the future of our entire state.
Sir, could you just state your name, please?
My name is Cole Crable.
Thanks, Cole.
All of 19 years old.
Great job.
I hope that you remember that the 18 to 35-year-olds living in Sioux Falls, because we are hopefully the ones who will be living in the city for the next years and decades to come. Sioux Falls has always had to deal with the difficult problem of youth leaving the area, usually headed towards more cosmopolitan areas. I strongly believe that one particularly sad reason is that most youth here in Sioux Falls feel like they have no voice, where the elder generations control the vote, and in turn, the destiny of our promising city. Being 19, I'm surrounded regularly by the younger generation of Sioux Falls, and every time I inquire their opinion on the event center location, I hear the same thing: build it downtown. My intention is to simply remind you that the younger crowd of Sioux Falls deserves a voice on this issue that will quite honestly affect us for longer than anyone else in the rising city of Sioux Falls. There's no doubt in my mind that the event center downtown would stimulate economic growth, attract larger entertainment events, and create a vastly improved downtown scene for all ages to enjoy. Think Minneapolis, think Omaha, think youth, think what Sioux Falls could be. Thank you for all your time.
Cole, great job. Really appreciate it. Next.
Mr. Mayor, Council, my name is Gail Winia,
Welcome,
and I'm here just to bring up a couple comments. A lot of things have been said already this evening. First thing I want to do is thank you for what you do and all the different emails and comments that get generated over a subject like this. I can't even imagine and not much less to say about the cheap shots that you get. But with all that being said, it's time to move on with this project. This project cannot be stymied. You guys have brought it, guys and gals have brought it to this level, and please don't let it die. Okay, you got to keep it going. History's in the making. We've never been this close, ever been this close before to getting an event center of this magnitude in this city. And I think it started a decade ago, and it needs to happen now. It's time to put politics aside, band together, support a resolution and a vote that uses economic sense and puts this thing where we have an infrastructure in place, a convention center, it has an arena, and with an event center, and all the other sporting opportunities and concert events that can take place. It just makes perfect economic sense, and more importantly, common sense. I appreciate your time.
Mr. Winia, thank you very much for your comments tonight. Next.
Hi, my name is Kevin Elsing. Basically, I just wanted to talk a little bit about your vision, which I agree with, for cleaning up Minnesota Avenue. I've heard you say that we have a lot of traffic that comes through, and you really want to have that good first impression of the city. I had the advantage of having a global corporation come visit my office. I went to pick them out at the Ramcota where they were staying, and I found myself apologizing to them all the way through to come, on the way to our office, going through the industrial park area. And I never really looked at our city as an outsider before until that day, and it really, it got to me. And I'm sorry, this isn't what our city's like, really. I took them downtown and showed them the sculpture walk and everything else downtown, and the falls, and they did video shoots at the falls too. And they said, yeah, you have a really great community after coming down to that area. And I think it'd be kind of short-sighted to build it out there if we want people to actually come here and visit our community, to relocate to our community if they don't get a full view of what our community has to offer. So that was the main thing. The other thing, we've got a lot of people here tonight that are excited and really want to help this process. I feel like we're wasting an opportunity possibly to use the motivation of our people to get this done, to get this passed for our city. I don't know if you're going to find this much commitment and just will to get it done from the arena side of the group. So that's what I'd like to say. So thank you.
Mr. Elsing, thank you for your comments tonight.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Leslie Tolke, and I've been in the hospitality and convention business for a little over 25 years. Sioux Falls is a great place. We do need to build this. I do have a preference out by the arena, only because we have existing space out there. We'll just add to it. I don't know how many times, well, I do know, how many times when people have come to convention, they'll say, where's a good place to eat? Minerva's. Do you have some unique shops in town? Of course we do. And you send them that way. You send them to the zoo. You send them to all over the city. So, we've got, Sioux Falls has got a lot to offer here. We have good people. And personally, I just can't see a building like that sitting downtown Sioux Falls. To me, it doesn't look appealing. I'm sorry. I think we could put something else down there that would be beautiful, not an event center. And to me, to get down there would be hard. People don't want to spend an hour, 40 minutes trying to get into an area to park to go to an event or go to eat and then go to an event. And, so I just think about that, and thank you.
Thank you for staying and taking the time. Next.
Tom Kelly, 5800 Frontier Trail.
Welcome,
Sioux
Tom.
Falls. Thank you. A few things. Number one, I'd like to congratulate you on your continued enthusiasm and your continued good choices. You put together a great team. You've made some great strides. We've got some good momentum. We certainly don't want to lose that momentum. But I sit here and listen tonight and I go, arena site downtown, I'm going, geez, the arena site's not on Mars. It's a mile and a half away, for God's sakes. I mean, we have a lot of vital, wonderful areas in Sioux Falls. The mall area, Dolly Farms is really taken off. You got downtown. Downtown's wonderful. We all love downtown. I bring my grandkids here. They love Sculpture Walk. We all love downtown, but for heaven's sakes, it isn't a very far run to go from the arena to downtown. And then you sit back and think about it for a little bit and go, some February day and it's 20 below zero here, and we have a 4-block walk from the arena front door or from the new event center out at their front door to our parking. Well, you're not going to really like to walk that 4 blocks anyway, so wouldn't it even actually be more inviting to have a little shuttle and pick you up at the front door, take you to someplace downtown? And I think the other thing I'd like to comment on is, we've been at this for 8-10 years, whatever. We went through both the last two groups that have analyzed this have come to the same conclusion, the arena. Then we go and we spend $500,000, which I think was a great decision. We go assemble a great team of professionals that, have done this hundreds of times. We're all rookies. I'm not an expert. I don't know anything about it. But they do. And why wouldn't we heed to their recommendation? That's what they all do for a living. And I, for one, want to, keep this thing rolling. Let's not miss the opportunity. And I would echo one point. I said here this afternoon at a meeting, and the contractor, and I certainly would not claim to be any expert in the construction, but contractor has talked about cost increases. And I work for a firm, run a company that does work in about 11 states in construction. We're a specialty contractor or supplier. So we do get a great feel for what's happening out there. And I would say there is definitely some increasing pressure in the pricing arena. So I do think, we still want to make good decisions. You don't want to make rash decisions just because costs are going up. But it certainly needs to be part of the consideration. I think I think Dan hit it right on the head. We're seeing some pressure now, and that maybe 4 or 5% or something this year, but we're going to see more pressure next year in commodities, and this gas and steel are just crazy these last 3 months. And I think we're going to, as we get more and more strength in our recovery, there's going to be more and more pressure for those prices to come and stick. Right now they've had some momentum and they kind of fall back, and they get some momentum and they fall back. But I think as we build more improvements in the economy, those are going to stick and hold. So, appreciate the time to hear my words tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Kelly, we thank you for staying as well.
My name's Kevin Nyberg, and I've had the privilege of living in Sioux Falls 53 out of my 54 years. I have also had the privilege of being involved in various organizations in town, and those organizations include past chair of the Convention Visitors Bureau, Chamber Board, and presently on the Park Board. I think the key word tonight is vision, and you folks are making a decision where this city is going to be, not 5 years from now, but 10, 20, 30 years from now. And it's not the generation of anybody really sitting up here that's going to be affected by this decision. It's the Andys, it's the Carters, it's the Coles. Their generation and the generation after them is going to be impacted by the decision you make tonight. I have a passion for marketing. That word was not brought up tonight. I didn't hear anybody talk about marketing. To me, that is a very important concept that we need to talk about. In my business, I need to differentiate myself from my competition, and I need customers to remember who I am. Isn't that the same as what we should be doing as a city? I think so. We need to have people remember Sioux Falls. We want to be different. Different? Are you kidding me? We've been given an opportunity that we need to exploit, folks, and my family has been trying to exploit it and has exploited it for over 40 years, and that's the river. We've spent millions of dollars improving Falls Park, and now we're spending $1 million for the River Greenway. Why wouldn't we want to show that off? I don't understand it. I travel all over this country every year, 8 to 10 conventions, event centers throughout America. There's not one of them that I go to that's downtown, or that isn't downtown, excuse me. They're all downtown. There's not one that isn't downtown. I want to comment on the fact that it would be easy for me to be standing up here and telling you that I should support the arena site. I can't do that. Why should I tell you that? Because I have a store that would probably be impacted if an event center was built near 12th and Kiwanis. That's not important to me. I have 3 kids, one here tonight, who love Sioux Falls. It's their generation that is going to be impacted and enjoy
an event center in the downtown location. Look at downtown, please. It's the vision, it's the future of the city. We're concerned about sales tax revenue for this city government of ours. I want to see more monks. I want to see more stogies. I want to see more Holt's houses built. They want to see it. They're small business people just like I. Our job is to create sales. With our sales, we will give the government sales tax revenue. Think vision when you make your decision tonight, please. Let's do the right thing. Let's not regret what we did 40 years ago.
Mr. Nyberg, thank you.
I'm assuming they're not clapping for me. Right?
Welcome.
Yeah, still good evening. And Mr. Mayor and Council, thank you very much for allowing me to come before you tonight. I know you know the position. Oh, excuse me. My name is Mike Sullivan. I'm the Executive Director of the Sports Authority. I have been before this august body before and told you our stance on the facility, and we are mainly and really mainly in favor of building this facility. Let's get it built. Let's get it built. We also have come out in favor of the arena site, and there are obviously reasons for that. Mayor, I was going to give you one little hint that maybe you ought to look into when you do this. I did go to the Summit League joint council meetings last week. The first question out of their mouth after my presentation was, are you going to get a new scoreboard? I told them yes, by the way. So
very good.
Just so you know. So I thought when we ordered the new scoreboard, you could get a clock that goes right up there that says 5 minutes on it and starts running down. So it'd be get you through these meetings a little quicker.
And a horn.
Yeah, there you go. When I first came to Sioux Falls, which about 4 years ago, I heard people talking about location. It weren't necessarily an arena versus downtown site. It was, let's build an arena, an event center, and let's put it out where 90 meets 29, or let's put it way on the south side where 229 and 29, or let's go way on the east side. I mean, there's all kinds of talk. And I thought to myself, my gosh, I can get anywhere in this town in 15 minutes or less. I just didn't think location was that big a deal when I first came here. But when I started studying it, when I became resource person for a couple of the task force, I found out that what is important is that this event center give us the best opportunity to bring events into the city. And what is the best opportunity is to give us enough space to not only bring in these events, but also to create economic impact opportunities or financial opportunities, not only for the city, but for the event owner, the promoter, or whatever his title happens to be with what we bring into the city. Summit League. Summit League asked me, what are you going to do? You've done a great job for 3 years. We obviously think you're going to do another great job for the 4th year. What are you going to do in the future to make it even better? Well, one of the things I've always told them, when I get the opportunity, I'm going to build you a fan fest to go with the tournament, where people can go, where they've got basketball contests or football throwing contests and sports bars, and the opportunity to do a lot of things in between sessions of the sports of the Summit League basketball tournament. Obviously, we need all the flat floor space we can get to do that. I can't do that outside in South Dakota in March. I don't think that'll work. Building an event center downtown means it's going to be a standalone created facility. It's going to stand alone. Immediately, you've got the cost of building new kitchen facilities and other things within that won't be necessary when you build it out at the arena site. So financially, there are some other things that we get into when we think about logistics. I think just about everything logistically in the event business. I look at a downtown site, and believe me, I'm for either place. If we get it built, I'm going to work my butt off to create events for that facility. And I don't care where it is, but we do think the arena site is best. And what are we going to do, and how are we going to bring those things in? You just go out and you do it. You go out and you do it, but you've got to have the ability to sell something that people want, and if they want more space and they need more money, just because we have a facility, that doesn't mean that the Summit League is going to keep coming here. That doesn't mean that that any entertainment area is going to come here. That doesn't mean that any convention is going to come here. We still got to go sell the city, and what are they after? A great experience for their clients, and obviously the ability to make money and make their event better. If we don't have the space to create more money, more revenue for not only for Sioux Falls but for the event, they still won't come here, even though you do have a new facility. Now, I've heard a few people tonight say that if it's not downtown, then they're just against it. They won't give a penny. They won't do anything for it if it's not downtown. That kind of breaks my heart. I think what's good for Sioux Falls is good for everybody in Sioux Falls. And I think we ought to take a look at that. And like I said, I'm willing to work no matter where this facility is. The Sports Authority itself thinks it should be out at the arena site. And obviously there are some other things that we think logistically. I probably know more about the event logistics business than anybody in this room, most people in this city, except maybe for Scott and Terry who are here, and I may know more than them because I'm older. But that'd be the only reason. But I just think you ought to take a look at the arena site and the vision. A lot of people talking about vision tonight. Why can't there be a vision out there as well as there can be downtown? What's stopping there from being a vision? Why don't we go look at targeted industry tax breaks and put them out there and start working with them and get them out there? Build new hotels, build new bars, build new restaurants, all those things. It's not just downtown. And if it is downtown, you're still going to have to cross the street to get there. So I thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Mr. Solomon, thank you as well. Folks, is there anybody else? Wiseman, if you
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you. Been where you're at, and I know it's exciting, but it's also very tiring. Just a couple things. I looked at the AECOM study and read it in depth, and I hope each one of you did, because it does not make a location recommendation. It very clearly lays out a lot of information, a lot of good information. I think particularly if you look at page 8, you'll see a very important statement about property tax and what kind of property tax will come into this community. On page 8, it says very clearly that if you build it at the arena, you can expect to see $6.1 million of new development. If you build it downtown, and this is the AECOM study, you'll see $51.1 million. Those numbers will show a difference of $30,000 of property tax revenue to the city of Sioux Falls if at the arena versus $228,000 if built downtown. Now, being a former city or council member and a former county commissioner, I looked at, there's a lot more property tax coming in than that. Well, the AECOM study didn't say that. If you build it at the arena, you will see $176,000 of property tax first year versus $1.4 million if you build it downtown first year. Now, the city will get a small portion of that. The city gets 16% of our property tax. That is immediate revenue to the community and an important consideration. I urge each one of you to look at the AECOM study and to look at it very clearly. There are many misconceptions in this community that say the study said build it downtown, or build it at the arena, excuse me. The study said no such thing. And if you read it, you all know that it did not say that. The other thing I would like to draw your attention to is there have been much talk about getting in and out of something quickly. Not long ago, my sister-in-law was in town. She lives in Yankton, and she was kind of doing the arena, and she said, and then I was up here for a Rascal Flatts concert, and do you know it took me 45 minutes to get out of the arena parking lot? She said, it's ridiculous. It's no different. We all know that. So what you've heard tonight is that vision idea. And yes, we can get in and out. We've heard Mr. Sullivan just said, let's look at that vision at the arena. The problem is, and Casey Marshall said it so well, I sat on the city council as she did when they suggested, as Steve Metley told you so well, put the convention center out by the arena. It will work. We'll see development. I'm out there, and I'm going to tell you something that I really hate to say, because I've been an elected official for a number of years and had a lot of fun buildings where we get to have our name and we're proud of it. I see my name on the cornerstone of the convention center, and I'm embarrassed because it was a mistake. It is a legacy that will stay with you. You can do it right. You need to think about the vision, and please think about it long and hard because it stays, and I don't want you to be embarrassed about your decision. Thank you.
Mr. Weisbrand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and the Honorable Council, for letting me speak tonight.
Our pleasure.
We know this is a very passionate issue, obviously, and I don't think anybody's going to change their mind tonight by listening to all these people testify their reasons why they want to do this, why they want to build it at the arena, or why they want to build it downtown. I guess I've heard a lot of you at meetings and some of the meetings I've attended say that you got to replace the arena. It's an aging facility. And yes, all the different consultations and reports and things all add up, and it makes you help decide where you're going to build this at. You know, I'm here to speak for my 5 boys. I have 5 boys. Like I said, I'm James Eisbrand. I live at 200 North Valley View Road. I have a 7-year-old, a 9-year-old, a 13-year-old, a 15-year-old, and a 17-year-old. They're the ones that are going to be using this facility if it gets built. Now, I remember when I was one of the candidates for Councilman Karski's when Litz left, and I made the statement, build it. If they build it, they'll come. And I don't know, it got kind of twisted around. People didn't understand what my meaning was, is we really do need to build this event center. And the mayor's proposed the arena site. All the reports have said that the arena site is the favorable site. One thing I asked about the meeting that Councilman Jameson had at the library was, why isn't people talking about the facts? You know, it's like, if you're going to build it downtown, how much extra money is it going to cost? I heard like $20 million, because they said they didn't have to move the tracks, but they'd have to build parking. So things are a lot different. I mean, it would be really great. I love these people that have this idea to have it downtown, but without the tracks being moved and the extra money you're going to spend, I just don't know if that's a good idea right now. I think right now is a good idea to get it on the ballot by November, just because the cost it'll cost to build it if we wait one more year. I think that I would urge you tonight to please listen to what everybody's testified here tonight and make the decision. Let's move on. Let's get this site figured out. I mean, I think the arena site is the best site. And, I mean, nobody talks about the state project of widening Russell Avenue, making 6 lanes, and all the infrastructure that goes into having a facility where traffic flow works better. So I just think that the 11 years I worked at Sioux Falls Transit, and I remember having to work with parades and traffic flow downtown Sioux Falls, it doesn't move easy. I'm sorry. I mean, parking, yeah, there's parking. You might have to walk 6 blocks to get to the Phillips Avenue to watch the parade. So if you're going to have an event center downtown and you don't have this tracks moved and have this parking infrastructure figured out, that's really going to hamper any plans to build this thing downtown. So I would urge you talk about vision, think about the facts, think about realistically what you have downtown today and what you have at the arena site today, and make that a part of your decision. I really, support the event center, regardless, like the one man said, I would vote for it downtown or at the arena. But I think you need to get it on the ballot and let the people of Sioux Falls make the decision and give them the facts of what it's going to cost to build downtown and at the arena site, and let them make that decision. Thank you.
Mr. Eisbrand, thank you very much. Is there anyone else? Folks, if there's anyone after this person, if you could just get ready, we'd appreciate it. Thank you so much. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Jackie Johnson,
Hi, Jackie.
South Dakota. I own Cutie Pie Belly and Baby Boutique downtown, one of the newest stores down there. And I know tonight a lot of people have been talking about vision, and I just wanted to come up here as another business owner downtown and as a person not yet 30 years old, raising 2 kids here in town. I grew up in Southwest Minnesota, and I just want to put a face to that vision, because my family and I, it was a huge decision to open up a business. I mean, to put all of our savings into it, looking at our kids. Of course, we want them to go to college, and there's so many things that you have to decide. And my biggest issue is who is going to put their life savings into a business at the arena site. I mean, when we were looking at where to build our business and where to start, downtown was clearly the place to be. And it's actually one of the most affordable places to get a lease as well, as we found as we were looking around. So one of the biggest things about developing at the arena site is who is going to do that. When young people like me come into town, and I've lived in Sioux Falls for 2 years, Brandon for a year before that, and I used to live in Mankato, Minnesota, which is a town that has an event center downtown, which I attended many events at. I guess my biggest thing is I look at everyone up here and, I am the future. My kids are the future, and I just really hope that anyone who's sitting on the fence who's thinking, sure, economic development is going to come to the arena site, or, yeah, people from out of town will appreciate getting on and off the interstate quickly. How about people like me who appreciate people who come into town and don't want to leave right away, who come into town and want to spend their money at my little store? I get a lot of people who come in from out of town, and as they're wandering through, they say, this is so much fun, where else can I go? And I tell them all the other little cute shops downtown. And then I also get people who come in and they say, this is so much fun. I live in Sioux Falls, but I've never come downtown. And they finally are exposed to it. And I think the event center being built downtown could really bring more local people who haven't, went to the falls, who haven't come and shopped the boutiques, to do that sort of thing and really enjoy the city at the fullest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jackie. Sir, welcome.
Brad Palmer, proud resident of Sioux Falls, here for the last 5 years. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for your time this evening. I had a lot of stats, a lot of numbers that everybody's kind of throwing around tonight, so I think we're kind of beyond that. I'd like to talk to you about the money that matters most to me, my money. I spend my money. I'm early 30s, 2 kids, wife, disposable income. Isn't that what we're talking about here with an event center? You want to get my money and the money like myself from out of town. Right now, I'm spending that money elsewhere. Unlike most of the other probably younger people that have been up here this evening, I've never left South Dakota. I'm born here. I still live here. But I do travel because I want to see events. So I spend that money elsewhere. Like the last gal up here before me that said she'd like to see the event center downtown to get more people to see her shop. I agree with that. Well, I've been sitting here for the last 5 hours or so. I've tried to think, when's the last time I've been downtown? Once in the last year. So if you have to build an event center downtown to get me to spend my money here, why are we going to get other people to come here to do that? So thank you, gentlemen, ladies. I appreciate your time. And Mr. Mayor, I would accept your thank you.
Mr. Palmer, I thank you.
How are we doing? Tim
Welcome, Mr.
Stanga. I don't care where this place is built. I'm tired of listening to it. But I think if we could make the downtown a TIF district, we could make the arena a TIF district. So it gives incentives for businesses to build at the arena site if it is built at the arena site. There hasn't been a building downtown built in the last 20 years that hasn't been on a TIF project. We have, as taxpayers, we have invested money in a pavilion that has lost money from day one. We have a waterfront project that we are putting millions and millions of dollars on. We shut off downtown as a mall. We put millions of dollars in that, found out that didn't work, so we tore it up and redid it all again. We opened up a theater that they needed to make that downtown run. It didn't work. We have put millions of dollars in that downtown, and it hasn't worked. And it is a TIF area where we have wasted, and again, looking at within the last probably 5 years, probably over $100 million. That's our event center. How many other businesses are going to go underneath the TIP project if it does go downtown? That's what I'm afraid of. We're talking about generating the income for tax income. How many of these businesses are going to go underneath the TIF? If it's built at the arena, fine. If it's built downtown, that's fine. But there's 156,000 voters or people that are going to make that decision. And I think they're going to let people know that they're going to take their town back. Thanks.
Mr. Stinger, thank you so much for staying tonight. City Council, it is 8 minutes to 12. I'm going to turn it over to you. We have item number 22. I just need a motion to proceed, please.
Move to approve, Brown.
Second, Erpenbach.
Councilor Brown's made a motion to approve item number 22, seconded by Councilor Erpenbach. Is there any further discussion? Yes, Councilor Aguilar.
As was stated at our May Council work session, I, as well as my fellow council members, believe that an event center is an important investment to the future of Sioux Falls. One of my constituents said to me last week, it does matter where it's located, how it's designed, and how we will pay for it. Before going forward, we must have less speculation and more verifiable data and less subjective analysis. We need to learn what our return on investment will be and the length of our payback period, questions that we hope will be answered soon. In reviewing the study reports the Council has received to date, one important fact stands out. The Event Center has not been looked at as a singular investment at each location. There were a few critical assumptions that drove the analysis and caused, in my mind, flawed conclusions. There is no baseline from which to compare incremental revenue and benefits at each of the proposed sites. I have said from the beginning that I will not endorse a plan that looks to be the most expedient, but I will endorse a plan that will benefit our community for the next 25-plus years. In making my decision as to where I believe the Event Center, if built, should be placed, I looked at issues such as where will the facility best enhance a visitor's experience in Sioux Falls? Will this experience cause them to return, stay longer, and spend more of their hard-earned dollars here? Will the facility positively affect how we in Sioux Falls see ourselves? As with the pavilion, will it appeal to people considering moving here? Most importantly, will the facility provide for our citizens the best long-term return on their investment, and in that vein, facilitate commercial and economic development in Sioux Falls? In my opinion, the site which answers these questions with a resounding yes is the downtown location. It has been said over and over that it is up to the Council to make many of the critical decisions affecting this project. At this point, however, we as a Council have not articulated agreed upon goals as to what our expectations should be for an event center. As my constituent also said, this decision will be the legacy of this mayor and this city council. I ask for your support for this resolution supporting a downtown site.
Councilor Mudd.
Wow, couldn't say it any better, but to go a little bit further with those ideas of goals. I've said this all along. I support construction of an event center if the funding package is right and if the citizens of Sioux Falls approve the plan. I have said many times that this decision cannot be about our emotions or how we feel one site might be better than the other. This decision has to be based on numbers that we don't have at this point and the long-term impact of funding, constructing, and programming an event center in Sioux Falls. We have paid a series of consultants over the years to tell us more than once that we have two really great sites for building a potential event center. Now we have consultants telling us that the cost for an event center would be relatively similar at both locations. It's all information we have known for a long time. So what it comes down to this evening is what I have been saying all along and what one of our consultants reminded us again in an open forum. Our decision for a site must be based on our values. What do we want our city to be 10, 15, or 20 years from now? What is the long-term impact of building an event center at a particular site? Yes, it will be less expensive and quicker to build an event center at the existing arena site. But what happens when we outgrow the existing convention center and we don't have room to expand? Guess what? We get to have this same conversation 10 years from now. Yes, it will be more expensive. Yes, it will be a bigger risk. And yes, it will take longer to get the event center built downtown. It will take even longer to get a properly sized convention center eventually built beside it downtown. But in the long term, and based on the facts at hand, it is the better investment for Sioux Falls. And I encourage my colleagues to vote in favor of the downtown location.
Councilor Brown.
Thank you. Sioux Falls, thank you for being here tonight. What a great discussion we've had this evening. It's been civil. It's been well thought out. Probably nothing I say at this point is going to change any minds up here. Reports have been twisted to turn arguments. We have 2 task force reports, each recommending different sites. And I might add that this proposal doesn't resemble either of those recommendations. Ultimately, site is going to be secondary to all of this. It will come down to whether we can pay for the building and afford to keep the doors open year after year. And we still wait for those numbers. One thing that we all do agree on is that either site will probably work. So that brings the decision to just one thing. Where will people get the best experience? Which site offers the best sense of place? Which is uniquely Sioux Falls. Kevin Nyberg, I'm a marketing guy too. So thank you for bringing that up. When I sell this city, I show the visitors Falls Park. I show them the River Greenway, the bike paths, the Washington Pavilion, our great sense of neighborhoods in this community, and our unique downtown. Never on my tours have I driven them by the arena and the convention center. Every single one of us up here, every single one of us serves to make this city a better place for future generations. I regularly talk to you about I serve so my daughter and her generation can choose to live, work, and play in Sioux Falls. At 7 years old, Emma gets it. She already understands what a sense of place means. Last week, she begged me to take her to Falls Park. One day last week, her daycare walked to Faywick Park. And David, well, he generated a whole new level of discussion at our house. Friday afternoon, she asked me to take her to the pavilion to play. One of the best afternoons I could ever ask for. She can't go downtown without stopping at Nancy Savage's toy store or the Luber's candy store. She loves malts at the diner, and she can't get enough of Sculpture Walk. She has never asked me to drive her to the arena or the convention center. Emma gets it. She understands the synergy that downtown has, the excitement that downtown has to offer. It's time for us to recognize it too.
Councilor Brown, thank you. Councilor Ruffin.
While I would love to see an event center and a convention center built downtown, it just makes no sense at this time because we need both the convention center and the flat floor space of a new event center in one spot. You know, some people have made it out that the arena and the convention center right now have been a complete flop. Believe me, folks, that has not been a complete flop. They have brought millions and millions and millions of dollars of economic gain to this city. If you don't believe that, just think of what it would have been like without state B tournaments, state A tournaments, all those kind of things. and all the conventions and the events that have taken place out there if we would not have had those. So believe me, if we add an event center out there, it will just grow. It will just grow. Business will be big. Business will be big out there and will be bigger than it is right now. Now, you may not believe that is what's going to happen, but it will. It would be big downtown also. It would be big downtown. And as I said, I would love to see that. But you need the event center down there. You need a convention center with it to make it work. And I'm kind of disappointed in some of you in saying that, you know, I'm not going to support anything unless it's my deal downtown. I'm going to take my ball and go home. Very disappointed. I'm sorry. You know, it's like take my ball and go home and you're playing like little kids. This is your city. This is your town, along with mine. And you don't play that way, folks. You don't play that way. And I'm going to pick up a little bit on the marketing. Because I've run 2 times the Region 2 tournament in Sioux Falls, the soccer tournament. And where you guys talk about taking your daughter downtown to see Miss Schultz, is it? Nancy, and to see Kevin at the store and this. You know what make this place run? It's you guys. It's the clerk at Hy-Vee saying, "Did you win that game?" It's Kevin saying, "Did you win that game? Would you like to rent a canoe? Because we got the greatest bike trails. And we got the greatest little river running through the city. Would you like to rent a kayak to go down that?" That's what they remember, folks. They don't remember that the event center was out at the arena site or it was downtown. They remember the people that you hired and the people that were standing there and taking change and saying, "We love having you in Sioux Falls." So remember that when this vote is taken. And remember that this is your city, not mine, not Michelle's, and not anybody else's. It's ours or the mayor's. And you're still a big part of it. We all are. And we got to make this thing run together. So thanks.
Councilor Jameson.
Just a real short comment. It's hard to add anything to what's been said tonight, but if the voters approve an event center, I do believe it should be downtown. I think that's where the best long-term success for our city is going to occur. Yes, certainly we aren't going to have a convention center down there immediately, but I think tonight could be the beginning of a fix that Sioux Falls needs. You know, as Sioux Falls grows, there's a lot of magic moments that occur in our decision to grow and do different things in our city. Redeveloping Falls Park was one of those magic moments. Deciding to invest $70 million into Lewis and Clark for a long-term clean water supply for our city. That's a magic moment. Tonight is a magic moment. Let's do it right.
If there's no further discussion, we'll vote on this measure. This is item number 22. If you vote yes, to simplify it, that means that you are preferring the proposed event center to be downtown. If you vote no, that means that you are opposed to that idea. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Anderson?
No.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Antoman?
No.
Councilmember Erpenbach?
Yes.
Councilmember Jameson?
Yes.
Councilmember Karski?
No.
Councilmember Rolfing?
No.
Councilmember Aguilar?
Yes.
No. Item number 23.
Item number 23 is a resolution of the City Council supporting the recommendation for the site location of a future event center, Sioux Falls Convention Center.
Councilor Enneman.
I'm bringing forward this resolution. There's been a lot of discussion over the years, and I must say that I've been very honored that I've served on 2 different task forces that have discussed and considered this issue. I, for one, was the person that chaired the Site Selection Committee for the Event Center in the 0405 Task Force. And while it was a unanimous recommendation, we also stated in that either of the 2 sites works well. The task force endorses the site committee's unanimous recommendation of the downtown site over the convention center site if the relocation of the railroad tracks is not progressing on a course which parallels the event center development without adding significant cost to the event center, or if land acquisition is not achievable at reasonable cost, the city should not hesitate in pursuing the project at the convention center site. We went on into the last task force that I served on for 18 months, and we went out and had numerous discussions throughout the public about the site and that task force and about the event center. And that task force did a unanimous recommendation at the convention center site. It is an emotional decision, there's no doubt about it. But there are a couple of different facts that are out there. First of all, the railroad has not moved. And the money is not in the bank in Pierre. The money is in Washington, D.C. And while it is promised, we don't know where the feds are going to be with that. We haven't started any design work for the relocation as far as how it would look if they relocated the railroad. We have not begun any property purchases yet for that railroad. 2 spurs of the railroad remain there, and there's a lot of questions that are unanswered there. And while it is true that I can't predict if business development is going to take place out at the Arena Convention Center site, I also can't predict if development is going to take place downtown. What I can tell you as a business owner is that it has to make sense. We have to be able to hire employees. We need to pay employees. We also have to be able to purchase property. We have to be able to make the investments that we need, and we need a banker to do it. And the banker is actually, quite honestly, the ones that tell us if it makes sense or not, if our business plan holds water or if it doesn't hold water. We depend on a lot of people to do that. What we do know is that we've got a great convention center and we've got a great arena. We have a great community in the city of Sioux Falls, and anything we build, as a number of people have attested to, anything we build in an event center is going to benefit all the citizens of Sioux Falls, not just the people downtown, but it's going to benefit those people that work and live on the western end of Sioux Falls, down south. It's going to benefit the merchants who have made huge investments in the Empire Mall, and those people, merchants that have made investments throughout the city. Because of that, I brought forward this recommendation that we do need to move forward with the discussions. We need to have the mayor and his team complete the financial information that they have promised us, and we need to move forward to get this built in our community. What we do know, too, is that we've got a fantastic team in the local Convention and Visitors Bureau under Terry Ellis Schmidt and another team under Mike Sullivan that are going to get out and they're going to promote the facilities that we do have. And when asked, they will continue to tell you that the flat floor space, the contiguous flat floor space, is what we need. In order to sell this to the citizens of Sioux Falls, it has to make sense. We're going to see about a $600,000 savings in operating costs. That was brought forward by people that talked about it in the different task forces. And we also have talked about a number of other areas that we could do as far as bringing other events and opportunities for our citizens to look at. I'm excited about the opportunity for the future. I always have been, and I look forward to this, and I'm going to, this is the motion that I brought forward.
Councilman Inman, I apologize to the audience. Is there anyone who would like to speak to this item before the council moves forward? Yes.
Hi, my name is Kylie Huther, and I'm a 22-year-old who just moved back to Sioux Falls, and I just want to thank you guys so much for your public service. I know how hard it is for you guys to make decisions, to give it everything you have, to do what you think is best for Sioux Falls, and I truly appreciate all of your work. Now, I ask you to come together as a team and build this event center, because my generation wants an event center, and you guys can do that for us. And I just hope that everyone can come together now and get this done for my generation together. Be proud to have your name on this event center, because it's something to be proud of. And it may be there for another 50 years. So good luck getting your name on that building. Get it done. Get it together, or get it done together. And I hope this next vote is an 8-0 vote of victory for you guys to show your dedication together to get this thing done for Sioux Falls. Thank you so much.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this item? And by the way, thank you. Ms. Traub.
Good evening, or good morning, I'm not sure. History doesn't lie. And I really don't understand what book you're reading from. I really don't know where you're driving past. Steve Metley is not an idiot. Kevin Nyberg is a respected man in this community. They did not get there by guessing. They got there by hard work and by investing in things, by learning from their mistakes and from their victories. And you're telling me the future of this city, that's where our city is going to grow? I don't have the experience that Steve Metley and Mr. Nyberg do. I don't. But you're ignoring them. You are flat out ignoring them. You are saying, if you build it, they'll come. They said that 25 years ago when I was 8. That's fine. You have the power. You've been voted. Your vote counts. Mine doesn't anymore. That's fine. But I'm going to take my ball and go home, because that's an expensive ball to waste out at that location. I would rather not spend the money and waste it. Building it now is not the solution if it's the wrong place. You want cheap land? Dakota Dunes is on sale. That is a tragic, tragic situation, and I'm not making light of it. What I'm making light of is that we are ignoring history. You are mocking and you are ignoring the founders, the people that built this city. I find that appalling. And if this goes forward, understand this. Brain drain. People my age, we won't stick around. I'm not swaying your vote at this point. It's too early in the morning for that. But understand that it fires up people like me that want your seat now. People like me that want to be part of the process, because we're disgusted by it. This is not vision. This is an empty parking lot, and you're going to put a building there. That is nothing to celebrate. I'm going to take my ball and go home.
Is there any further discussion? Council, would somebody like to make a motion?
Move to approve, Anderson.
Second, Rolfing.
Councilor Anderson Jr. has made a motion to approve. It was seconded by Councilor Rolfing. Is there any further discussion, Council? Yes, Councilor Anderson Jr.
Yes, I'll be the last one, hopefully, to say something here. I just want to say something to my council members. This has been a long road, and I respect each and every one of you. We may disagree. We don't rubber stamp things here, but it has been a tough road here. So no matter how this vote comes out, we'll still work together to make Sioux Falls a better place. Thank you.
We do have a motion before us. My apologies. Like before, a vote yes on this resolution means that your preference is to build the proposed new event center at the current Arena Convention Center site. If you vote no, that means you're against that proposal. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Anderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Brown.
No.
Councilmember Entenmann.
Yes.
Councilmember Erpenbach.
No.
Councilmember Jamison.
No.
Councilmember Karski.
Yes.
Councilmember Rolfing.
Yes.
Councilmember Aguilar.
No.
Mayor Huther.
Yes. City Council, is there any further discussion?
Move to adjourn.
We've got a motion to adjourn.
Second, Brown.
Seconded by Councilor Brown. Do we have a roll call vote, please?
Council members Anderson.
Yes.
Brown.
Yes.
Entenmann.
Yes.
Erpenbach.
Yes.
Jameson.
Yes.
Karski.
Yes.
Rolfing.
Yes.
Aguilar.
That is passed
Yes.
8-0. Thank you, City of Sioux Falls. Thank you for being here tonight. This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you. Thanks for staying.